Good evening, dear friend. I'm glad you've chosen to spend these quiet moments together. Tonight, we'll wander through the meeting of Greece and Rome, not as conquerors and conquered, but as neighbors who slowly learned to share stories, stones, and even dreams. If you enjoy these gentle journeys, I invite you, softly, to like this channel, to subscribe so you never miss another night of calm storytelling, and perhaps let me know in the comments where you're listening from. It is always a comfort to know where fellow travelers rest their heads. Now, before we begin, you might lower the lights, let the fan hum softly, or a window stand open to welcome the cool night air. Imagine a small lamp on the table beside you, or the glow of a fading hearth, its warmth steadying you as the outside world grows still. Settle back, breathe slowly, and let the hush of history become your companion. Our story begins with a quiet longing, a wish that stirs not in battlefields, but in the gentle rhythm of an artisan's heart. A quiet wish drifts with the evening breeze. There are times when longing comes not as thunder, but as the soft creak of a wooden chair beneath a tired body, or the faint shift of sea air through a half-open shutter. In Athens, on the edge of Roman power, such longings stirred quietly. A sculptor, his hands thick with callus and his shoulders bent by years over marble, paused in his courtyard at the day's end. The lamps along the street guttered low, their oil nearly spent, and the breeze carried scents of olives and stone dust. He longed, not for wealth or triumph, but for recognition, for the sense that the art of Greece still mattered in a world ruled by Rome. He imagined the statues of Phidias, once commanding temples, now looked at with Roman eyes. Would they see the spirit, or only the skill? Would they sense the life still breathing in carved stone? These were questions he asked in silence, never in the market where men grumbled about taxes, never at the bathhouse where Roman officials listened idly. His longings were small enough to keep hidden, but steady enough to keep him awake when the city lay quiet. Outside his window, the murmur of evening drifted upward. Neighbors called to one another in Greek, while further off, the clatter of Latin orders rose from a Roman patrol. Two tongues, two worlds, braided together by the night air. The sculptor listened and wondered which language the gods preferred. He reached for a small chisel resting by his bench, holding it as another man might hold a pen. Each tool was familiar, shaped to his hand like an old friend. In its weight lay both his livelihood and his identity. Yet he knew the commissions came less from fellow Athenians and more from Roman patrons eager for a taste of Greek beauty. The longing swelled again. Would his art carry Greece forward, or bury it beneath Roman marble? Across the courtyard, a neighbor's child hummed a lullaby, simple and thin. The sculptor smiled. Perhaps the survival of a people was not in palaces or proclamations, but in the tune of a child who never thought of borders. Still, the longing remained, woven into his breath like the sea salt carried inland by the breeze. He remembered tales of freedom told by elders, the city deciding its own fate, voices raised in assembly, men who shaped laws as easily as stone. That freedom was long gone, smoothed down like the worn steps of the Acropolis. Yet within him flickered a quiet spark, that somehow, in some form, dignity might return. The night deepened. Dogs barked distantly. The sculptor set the chisel aside, rubbing his thumb across the silver pin at his shoulder, a small mark of his old Athenian family. It was not power, but it was memory. Memory can be its own kind of longing. And so, as the city folded into darkness, he whispered no prayer, offered no petition, He simply let the longing sit beside him like an old companion, silent, persistent, gentle as the night breeze that stirred the olive branches overhead. Stone streets echo with bread sellers and soft voices. Morning in Athens begins not with trumpets or clamor, but with the muted sounds of life awakening slowly. The first light stretches across the worn stones of the agora, glinting faintly on bronze scales, the baskets of figs, the faces of those who arrive before the heat sets in. To walk through Athens at dawn in these years under Roman rule is to walk through layers of time. The stones remember centuries of voices, and if one listens carefully, they still whisper. The sculptor, who had sat with his longing the night before, rose early. His joints ached, as they often did, yet he carried a small sense of purpose. His sandals slapped softly against the stone as he made his way toward the agora, not with the urgency of trade, but with the simple habit of presence. To see, to listen, to breathe the same air as his neighbors. Merchants were setting up their stalls. A woman laid out bread still warm from her oven, steam rising in thin spirals. She brushed flour from her forearms with a practiced swipe and called out her price in Greek, her tone carrying both welcome and firmness. Next to her, a young man arranged olives by color, deep purple, pale green, and glossy black, each variety catching the morning light in its own way. The sculptor paused, not to buy, but to take in the rhythm. His work with marble taught him to see textures, to notice how surfaces reflected light, how shadows carved themselves into form. Here in the market, he found a different kind of sculpture, life itself arranging into patterns, gestures forming their own statues. Children darted between legs, laughing, carrying small errands for parents. A mule snorted, shaking its head, impatient with the weight as its owner haggled over grain. Across the square, a Roman official stood with 2 guards, his tunic bright against the muted colors of the crowd. He tried to ask a question in Greek, his accent thick, and the merchant answered patiently, though with a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. The air carried mixed scents, the sweetness of figs, the sharpness of garlic, the brine of fish newly arrived from the port. A hint of incense wafted from a nearby shrine where an old woman knelt, her hands trembling as she lit a taper. The sculptor bowed slightly as he passed her, not from piety alone, but from recognition of her persistence. Even in a city reshaped by empire, she still offered her devotion in the same quiet way her mother and grandmother had. As he moved deeper into the agora, he overheard fragments of conversation. Some spoke of household matters, weddings, illnesses, debts. Others murmured of Rome, of taxes, of imperial decrees. A merchant grumbled that Roman coin seemed lighter these days, though he dared not say it too loudly. Another whispered of the emperor's promises, of freedom soon to be declared, though the word itself carried a fragile uncertainty. The sculptor bought a small loaf of bread, its crust rough beneath his fingers, and carried it to a shaded corner where older men sat. They greeted him with nods, making space on the worn bench. Their talk moved slowly, like water in a shaded stream. They spoke of the weather, of the olive's growth, of the theater where Roman plays now sometimes outnumbered Greek ones. The sculptor listened, breaking his bread in small pieces, chewing thoughtfully. He found himself wondering how many of these men remembered Athens before Rome. Some, no doubt, were born under Roman rule and knew no other life. Yet their eyes, their posture, suggested they carried memories told by fathers and grandfathers, memories of independence, of debate in the assembly, of voices raised in argument and decision. Those echoes lingered, even if softened by time. a young woman passed carrying a basket of herbs, her head covered with a simple cloth. She paused near the group, offering sprigs of thyme and rosemary. The sculptor purchased a small bundle, not because he needed them, but because he recognized her effort. Her eyes brightened at the sale, and she offered a shy smile before continuing. The scent of rosemary filled his hands, sharp and clean, reminding him of hillside walks from his youth. As the sun climbed higher, the market grew louder, Latin words interlaced with Greek, sometimes clashing, sometimes blending. Roman soldiers, off-duty, laughed together near a wine cellar, their laughter too loud for the early hour. A Greek musician tuned his lyre nearby, offering a melody that wove through the noise like a calming thread. The sculptor thought of his workshop, of the half-finished relief waiting for his chisel. Yet he lingered, letting the agora speak to him. The city itself was a sculpture, reshaped by time, by conquerors, by resilience. The stones beneath his feet had borne the weight of philosophers, generals, merchants, children. They had heard cries of triumph and of grief. Now, they heard the mingled tones of Greek and Roman, old and new. He rose finally, brushing crumbs from his lap, and began to walk home. His sandals traced the same worn path many feet had walked before. Along the way, he passed small houses with doors open to the morning air. Inside, he glimpsed ordinary scenes, women spinning wool, men repairing tools, children reciting their lessons in hesitant Greek syllables. The sculptor paused at one doorway, where an elderly man sat carving a piece of wood. They exchanged greetings, and the old man lifted the carving, a small bird, wings half spread. "For my grandson," he explained. The sculptor smiled, recognizing the impulse, to shape something with hands so it might outlast the moment. By the time he reached his workshop, the sun had grown warm. He placed the rosemary sprig in a small jar of water and sat before the unfinished relief. His tools waited, silent. He touched the stone, cool and resistant, and let the memory of the agora guide his hand. The gestures, the voices, the scents, they all found their way into the chisel's rhythm. He worked slowly, each strike deliberate, as though carving not only marble, but the life of Athens itself. Every chip that fell carried a whisper of the market, a trace of bread and olives, a shadow of Roman and Greek words crossing paths. His longing from the night before had not vanished, but it had found shape. In the act of carving, he carried forward the whispers of old Athens into something that might endure. Evening approached again. The sculptor laid down his tools, weary yet content. Outside, lamps flickered to life once more, their glow steady against the darkening sky. The city's whispers continued, markets closing, families gathering, prayers rising. He listened, knowing that tomorrow the stones would echo again, and he would walk among them, part of their endless memory. Simple figs carry whispers of distant powers. In the warm mid-morning, when Athens is fully awake yet still touched by the softness of dawn, the air in the agora becomes heavier with scents that tell their own quiet stories. Bread, still warm from clay ovens, exudes a sweetness that mingles with the sharper perfume of olives and the salt of fish brought in from Piraeus. Baskets of figs, their skins split from ripeness, line the stalls like rows of small treasures. The fruit is tender, sticky to the touch, and when broken open, it reveals a heart as red as late summer sunsets. It is here, among such ordinary offerings, that rumors move most freely. They pass not with proclamations, but with the handing of a loaf, the weighing of fruit, the pouring of diluted wine into a clay cup. A merchant leans closer than necessary when giving change. A neighbor lingers a beat too long to mention a word heard from a cousin in Corinth. Like figs split open, stories too are opened and passed hand to hand, sweet and messy, leaving stains that may or may not wash away. The sculptor often came here, not for supplies. His needs were simple and few, but for the rhythm of talk. Marble work demanded solitude, yet solitude was softened when followed by the murmur of voices. That morning, he bought a small sack of figs, the vendor wrapping them in a square of cloth. "From Megara," the vendor whispered, as though the origin carried weight. "Sweeter than usual this year. Perhaps an omen." The sculptor nodded, unsure if the man referred to the figs themselves or to the world beyond Athens. At a nearby stall, two women traded herbs and gossip. One said her brother had heard that Nero, the emperor, planned to grant the Greeks new privileges. The other raised her eyebrows. "Privileges are not freedom," she murmured, pressing sprigs of thyme into her basket. Their voices dropped lower, but the sculptor caught fragments. Talk of reduced taxes, of local councils restored, of the word eleutheria, freedom, spoken with a caution that tasted of both hope and fear. He carried his figs to a shaded corner and sat on a low wall. Around him, the city unfolded like a slow-moving play. An old man argued good-naturedly with a money changer over the weight of a Roman coin. Children darted between stalls, one clutching a loaf half as large as his body, pursued by a laughing mother. The cries of hawkers rose above the din. Bread for the gods and the hungry alike. Figs sweet as love, cheap as talk. And talk was everywhere. Rumors shifted as quickly as clouds in a summer sky. Some claimed Nero admired Greek art so deeply that he would honor Athens with autonomy. Others scoffed, insisting it was no more than theater, designed to flatter. A Roman soldier overheard and muttered to his comrade in Latin, "Freedom for the Greeks? Only on parchment." The sculptor felt the words hang heavy, though most nearby pretended not to understand. The figs in his hand grew sticky as he ate one slowly, savoring the burst of flavor. He thought of how such small sweetnesses endured, no matter what emperors declared. Yet even sweetness could not banish unease. He remembered his wife, Theodora, reminding him that dignity mattered as much as bread, that even symbolic gestures could lift the spirit of a people weary of being subjects. Perhaps she was right. Still, he wondered whether words from Rome could ever reach the heart of Athens. Across the square, a group of young men gathered in animated debate. Their tunics were plain, but their voices carried the sharpness of education. They quoted Plato and Aristotle in bursts, then laughed when one slipped into Latin, teasing him for sounding like a Roman tutor. The sculptor watched them fondly. Youth had a way of treating rumor as possibility, as clay yet unshaped. For them, freedom might mean theaters filled with new plays, taxes lifted from family farms, or simply the right to walk their streets with heads held higher. An older merchant shook his head as he passed. "Do not trust too quickly," he muttered, his voice like gravel. "Empires promise with one hand and take with the other." His words were not directed at anyone in particular, yet they fell into the air like stones into water, sending ripples outward. The sculptor left the figs beside him, wiping his hands on the cloth. He felt the weight of history pressing close, as if the stones beneath the agora floor still remembered earlier conquerors, Macedonians, Persians, others long gone. Each had passed through, each had left promises, ruins, and echoes. Rome was only the latest, and yet the rumors suggested something different, a turning of the wheel, rather than its endless grinding. He rose and walked slowly toward a row of stalls selling parchment and ink. There, scholars often lingered, and today was no exception. A scribe with ink-stained fingers explained to a customer that new decrees from Corinth would soon arrive. "Nero intends to speak at the Isthmian Games," he said, voice carrying just far enough to catch attention. "He will proclaim freedom for the Greeks." Heads turned, eyes narrowed or brightened, depending on the hearer. The sculptor traced his hand across a smooth sheet of parchment, though he did not buy it. He wondered whether words written here could carry the weight of centuries, or whether they would fade like ink left too long in the sun. By midday, the agora had grown crowded, the heat pressing down like a hand. The sculptor returned home through winding streets, past courtyards where women beat laundry against stone basins, past doorways where old men dozed in shade. The figs shifted in his sack, their sweetness now heavy with the whispers attached to them. He could not separate the taste of fruit from the taste of rumor. At home, Theodora greeted him with a curious glance. He told her what he had heard, the talk of Nero's promises. She listened in silence, her brow furrowed. At last, she said, "Even words, when spoken by an emperor, can shape the air we breathe." She took a fig, broke it open, and handed him half. They ate together, the juice sticky on their fingers, the silence between them filled with questions unspoken. That night, lying awake, the sculptor heard again the voices of the agora, the cries of merchants, the whispers of women, the laughter of students, the mutterings of soldiers. They mingled in his mind like the flavors of bread and figs, simple yet complex, ordinary yet touched with the weight of empire. Rumor had become part of the city's very breath, and as he drifted toward sleep, he wondered what truth, if any, tomorrow might bring. Silent scrolls weigh heavier than temple bells. There are burdens that arrive quietly, not with clashing armor or pounding fists, but with the shuffle of sandals on stone and the dry crackle of parchment. In Athens, under the steady gaze of Rome, such burdens came not by storm, but by decree. They slipped into the city on the backs of couriers, carried in satchels of leather, and read aloud in measured tones that admitted no discussion. The sculptor first noticed it one morning when he passed the stoa near the marketplace. A small group had gathered, their heads bent toward a board newly posted with wax tablets. The tablets gleamed in the morning light, the fresh impressions of stylus marks clear and unyielding. A Roman clerk, flanked by 2 guards, stood nearby with the air of someone who has finished his duty and now simply waits for the crowd to scatter. The sculptor approached slowly, curiosity pulling him closer. The tablets carried words in both Latin and Greek. The Latin was formal, rigid, the Greek translation smoother but no less firm. The decree concerned taxation, new levies, adjustments in grain prices, obligations owed to Rome. No voice asked whether Athens agreed. The words simply settled, like dust, and the people must breathe them in. Around the sculptor, murmurs rose. A man sighed heavily and muttered that his vineyard would never bear enough to meet the demand. A woman clenched her jaw, saying nothing, but her grip on her child's shoulder tightened. One young man whispered angrily, only to fall silent when a guard's eyes flicked toward him. The silence that followed carried more weight than the decree itself. It was the silence of resignation, of understanding that complaint would not change the ink already hardened in wax. The sculptor stepped back, feeling the decree settle upon him as well. Though he did not farm or trade, he knew that every adjustment, every levy rippled outward. Stone for his work might cost more if merchants raised their prices to meet the new burdens. Patrons might delay their commissions, calculating what coin remained after taxes. The silent weight was not only on farmers and sellers, it pressed upon all. He walked away slowly, the sound of his sandals strangely loud against the stone. The city looked unchanged. The Parthenon still gleamed in the distance. The marketplace bustled. Voices rose in trade. Yet the air itself seemed thicker, as though the decree had changed the very texture of breathing. He wondered how many such decrees had come before, and how many more would follow. Each one alone might seem small, but together they formed an accumulation, a layering of weight invisible but undeniable. That afternoon, he returned to his workshop. The marble waited, cool and pale, but his hands moved with less certainty. He struck the chisel, listening to the familiar ring, yet each sound seemed to echo the firm tone of the Roman decree. The rhythm faltered. He set the tool down, rubbing his forehead. Theodora entered quietly, carrying a jug of water. She studied his face. "You heard the new postings," she said softly. It was not a question. He nodded. Another levy. Another silence. She poured water into a clay cup, the sound steady, grounding. "We will endure," she said. "Athens always has." Yet her eyes betrayed her weariness, the way endurance itself becomes a burden when repeated too often. As evening fell, the sculptor walked the streets again. Lamps flickered, shadows stretched long, and the city settled into its nightly rhythm. Yet he sensed the quiet weight pressing in every doorway. Families counted coins before buying oil. Bakers measured grain more carefully. Conversations faltered when soldiers passed. The silence was no longer confined to the Stoa. It had spread, invisible, but shared. The temples stood as they always had, their columns tall against the darkening sky. Bells and chants rose, but even sacred sounds seemed muted beneath the decrees. The sculptor paused at one temple, watching worshippers file in with measured steps. Faith persisted, yet the weight of empire bent even devotion, shaping it into quieter forms. He remembered stories from elders of Athens past. Debates shouted in the assembly, citizens raising their voices until the air itself trembled. Now the air trembled only with unspoken thought, suppressed before it could rise. The contrast was sharp, yet he felt it not as outrage but as a deep, settling ache. Later, at home, he sat in the courtyard. The rosemary he had bought earlier scented the night air. He broke a small sprig, crushed it between his fingers, and breathed in its sharp fragrance. It reminded him that some things remained unchanged. Herbs still grew. Stars still turned above the city. The sea still breathed against distant shores. Yet even those constants seemed framed now by the silent weight, as though the empire's shadow reached even into the garden. Theodora joined him, bringing bread. They ate in near silence, not out of discord, but because words felt heavy. At last, she said, "Perhaps the weight is not only theirs. Perhaps it is ours too, if we choose to carry it in our hearts. Let us carry what we must, but no more." Her voice was gentle, yet firm. The sculptor listened and nodded slowly. He knew she was right, yet the truth was complicated. The weight could not simply be laid aside like a discarded stone. It pressed upon the city, shaping choices, altering futures. But perhaps in art, he could carve something lighter, forms that lifted rather than pressed down. Perhaps marble could speak where voices could not. That night, as he drifted towards sleep, the silence of the decrees followed him. Yet within that silence, he heard also the faint sound of his chisel, steady and clear. striking against stone. The sound was small, but it was his, and in a world of silent burdens, even a small sound carried meaning. A Roman tongue bends gently toward Greek words. In a city as old as Athens, where stone steps were polished by centuries of feet, new voices always seemed a little out of place. The sculptor had grown accustomed to hearing Latin echo across the agora, or muttered briskly at the baths, yet each time it reached his ear, it carried the faint clang of foreignness. Greek flowed like water, Latin clattered like tools in a chest. Still, with time, even clattering can become a kind of rhythm. One morning, as he shaped a piece of marble in his courtyard, he heard a hesitant knock at his door. Theodora looked up from her spindle, her brow slightly raised. Visitors were not common at this hour. The sculptor set down his chisel, wiped his hands on a cloth, and opened the door to find a young man standing there, dressed in a Roman tunic cut finely but plainly. His hair was cropped in the Roman style, and his sandals bore the dust of recent travel. "Good day," the young man said in Greek, his accent thick, each word carefully chosen. I was told you are the sculptor who made the reliefs for the stadium." His tone was respectful, almost cautious, as though unsure how his words would be received. The sculptor inclined his head. "I am." "And you are?" "Marcus," the young man replied. "My father is a Roman official, stationed here for some years. He says I must learn Greek properly, not only the words but the ways. He suggested I find a teacher, and someone told him of you. Not a teacher of language, but of spirit." He hesitated, fumbling for the phrase, then added, "of how Greeks see the world." The sculptor studied him for a moment. He had seen Romans stride confidently through Athens, issuing commands, making decisions as though the city were theirs to arrange. But this young man's posture was different. His hands clasped before him, his shoulders bent slightly, his eyes uncertain yet earnest. Here was not conquest, but curiosity. "Come in," the sculptor said at last. "Let us sit." They settled in the courtyard, where the rosemary still grew in its jar, and Theodora brought cups of watered wine. Marcus held his cup carefully, as though afraid to spill. "I have tutors," he confessed, "but they teach me grammar and rhetoric. I learn the forms of speech, the proper use of verbs. But when I try to speak with Greeks in the market, they laugh. They say my words are correct, but my spirit is Roman. I wish to change that." The sculptor smiled faintly. "Language is not only rules. It is breath, tone, silence. It is the pause between words. You must listen as much as speak," and so their lessons began, not in formal recitations, but in walks through the agora, in listening to merchants haggle, in watching women barter for herbs, in hearing children sing rhymes. Marcus struggled at first, his mouth shaping Greek vowels with effort. He misused proverbs, to the amusement of onlookers, but he did not bristle at their laughter. He laughed too, repeating the words until they came closer to natural. The sculptor guided him gently. "Do not fear mistakes," he said. "Even the gods forgive a stumble if the step after it is sure." Marcus nodded, repeating the phrase in Greek, stumbling again but smiling at the effort. Over time, the sculptor grew to appreciate the young man's persistence. He asked thoughtful questions, not only about words but about meaning. "Why do Greeks say, 'the soul breathes'?" he asked one afternoon as they passed a shrine. "Romans speak of duty and order. Greeks speak of breath, of life." The sculptor answered patiently, "Because for us, the soul is not a command but a rhythm. It is what carries us forward, unseen but present. These exchanges reminded the sculptor of his own youth, when he had first learned to chisel stone not by instruction alone, but by watching, listening, feeling the marble yield beneath his hand. Teaching Marcus was not so different. It was less about rules and more about rhythm. In time, Marcus grew bolder. He began greeting shopkeepers in Greek, not perfectly, but warmly. He listened to their responses, adjusting his words. He shared jokes, even when they landed awkwardly. Gradually, the laughter of the market turned from mockery to welcome. Theodora, watching quietly, observed, "He is learning not only to speak, but to belong." The sculptor agreed. He saw in Marcus a reflection of something larger, the possibility of Rome bending, not just imposing. A Roman learning Greek ways was a symbol, however small, of cultures meeting halfway. Perhaps dignity could be preserved not only in decrees, but in moments like this, when one person chose to honor another's tongue. One evening, after weeks of lessons, Marcus arrived with a small gift, a wax tablet inscribed with lines from Homer, written carefully in Greek. "I copied it myself," he said, proud. The sculptor read the words, the familiar verses of the Odyssey, and felt a warmth spread through him. Here was a Roman boy carrying Greek memory forward, not to conquer, but to learn. They sat together as the sun lowered, shadows stretching across the courtyard. Marcus asked, "Do you think Rome and Greece can truly live as one? My father says Rome brings order, but you say Greece brings soul. Can they breathe the same breath?" The sculptor looked at the boy, then at the rosemary swaying gently in the evening air. "Perhaps," he said softly, "if enough hearts are willing." The silence that followed was not heavy like the decrees, but gentle, like a pause in music. The sculptor realized that the longing he carried might not be answered by emperors or decrees, but by simple acts of learning, listening, and kindness. Marcus rose to leave, bowing slightly in the Greek manner, his words halting but sincere. "Thank you, teacher. You show me not only words but ways." The sculptor watched him disappear into the twilight, feeling lighter than he had in weeks. Perhaps a neighbor from afar could indeed become more than a stranger. Perhaps the soul of Athens would not be lost, but shared. Kind hands translate burdens into softer shapes. There are moments in life when power comes not from edicts or armies, but from something quieter, a hand that steadies, a word spoken softly at the right moment, a gesture that asks nothing in return. These are the true keys that unlock hearts, and in Athens, under Roman rule, they mattered as much as marble or law. The sculptor came to understand this more deeply through Marcus. The young Roman had been visiting regularly, and though his Greek was still imperfect, his persistence carried sincerity. The sculptor saw how neighbors began to soften toward him, not because of his father's title, but because of his willingness to listen, to greet in their tongue, to stumble without shame. One afternoon, as the sun lay heavy on the marketplace, Marcus joined the sculptor for a walk. Vendors called out their wares: figs, olives, small fish, laid neatly on woven mats. The sculptor watched as Marcus greeted an elderly woman selling herbs. "Good evening, grandmother," he said in Greek, the words slow but careful. The woman chuckled at his accent, but her eyes warmed. She placed a sprig of thyme in his hand and said, "For learning, no coin today." Marcus looked astonished, turning to the sculptor. "She gives without asking." The sculptor nodded. "That is kindness, Marcus. It costs little, but it lingers long." They walked further, and at a fountain shaded by an olive tree, a group of children splashed each other. One boy slipped, scraping his knee. Marcus crouched without hesitation, tearing a strip from his tunic hem to bind the wound. The boy stared up at him, wide-eyed, then whispered, "Thank you, Roman." The words carried no mockery, only surprise and relief. The sculptor observed quietly. Here was the empire at its most human, not in decrees posted on wax, not in taxes levied, but in a boy's scraped knee and a stranger's hand offering help. Kindness was not written in law. It was carved in small moments. That evening, back in the courtyard, Theodora listened as the sculptor recounted the day. She smiled faintly. Perhaps that is how bridges are built, not with arches of stone, but with gestures so small that they could be missed if one did not look. She set her spindle aside and added, "The city may be under Rome, but in hearts, kindness makes us free." The sculptor considered her words as night deepened. He thought of how often he had felt powerless against decrees, taxes, decisions made far away. Yet when he chiseled marble, when he guided Marcus, when he comforted a neighbor, those moments shaped the city in ways unseen by emperors. Perhaps kindness was the one form of power that empire could neither command nor forbid. Weeks passed, and the relationship with Marcus grew. One morning, he brought a loaf of bread, saying shyly, "From my mother." She baked it herself. The sculptor tasted it, surprised by its sweetness, and realized that this gift was more than food. It was an offering of respect. Rome and Athens, meeting at the table. Later, when word spread of another levy, frustration simmered quietly in the city. Men muttered in corners. Women fretted over dwindling oil. The sculptor felt the weight, but when Marcus arrived that evening, he carried not decrees but a jug of wine. Together, they poured, drank slowly, and spoke not of Rome or Greece, but of Homer and Virgil, of myths that belonged to both worlds. Laughter rose softly, carrying across the courtyard wall. Theodora, listening, thought of how laughter itself could be defiance, not the sharp defiance of rebellion, but the gentle defiance of refusing despair. And kindness, she realized, was its companion. One quiet night, the sculptor dreamed of marble transforming under his chisel. At first, he tried to shape it with force, hammer striking hard, but the stone resisted, cracking where it should not. Then, in the dream, he softened his touch, guiding gently, coaxing the form out rather than forcing it. The marble responded, revealing beauty hidden within. He woke with the realization that people, like marble, responded best not to force, but to kindness. As spring ripened into summer, the city seemed to breathe a little easier. Perhaps the decrees had not lessened, but kindness among neighbors seemed to thicken the air with resilience. Women shared herbs. Men helped each other carry loads. Children played across cultural lines. Rome was present, yes, but so was humanity. The sculptor knew that empires rise and fall, but kindness endures. It moves quietly, like water wearing down stone, reshaping even the hardest forms. In Marcus's halting Greek, in Theodora's gentle wisdom, in an herb seller's gift, he saw proof that the soul of Athens would not vanish. It would live, carried in acts too small for emperors to measure. And so, when the night breeze passed through the rosemary, the sculptor felt less burdened. He realized that while decrees pressed downward, kindness lifted upward. Perhaps it was not enough to change Rome, but it was enough to preserve Athens in spirit. And that, in the end, was all that mattered. Dawn treaties stir cheers that quickly fade. At first light, when the streets of Athens still held the cool of night and the lamps guttered low like tired stars, the city woke to a rumor given boots and voice. It came not as a shout, but as a measured call, the kind a herald learns from long practice, clear, steady, respectful of stone that holds echoes. In doorways, people paused with bread knives in their hands. On rooftops, boys stopped chasing doves. In workshops, chisel and awl were laid aside. Something had arrived that asked the day to listen. The sculptor had risen early. Sleep had come softly, full of small kindnesses. The memory of time left in his palm. Laughter spilled like water. The forgiveness of a child for a clumsy bandage. He washed his hands in a clay basin, the water cold enough to wake his joints, and stepped into the courtyard just as the first call reached him from the end of the lane. "O citizens of Athens," the voice carried in Greek, careful as a scribe's hand. "By order of the governor, let it be known." The rest traveled on wind and roofline, catching, losing, catching again, as if the city itself weighed each word before allowing it forward. Theodora came beside him, shawl around her shoulders, and they listened together, not needing the whole sentence to understand its shape. Treaties, privileges, the whisper of that old, difficult word, freedom, spoken with a ceremonial calm that tried not to tremble. They found the source near the stoa, where decrees were usually pinned. A small crowd had formed, the kind of crowd Athens gathers when it expects to be disappointed and hopes to be wrong. A Roman clerk stood next to a Greek herald in clean white, the balance itself a message. Rome speaking, Greece repeating, both in public light. The wax tablets were new, even their sheen felt official. The clerk read first in Latin, a river with stern banks. The herald followed in Greek, the same river made to meander a little, to touch reeds, to notice birds. Exemptions were promised. This levy softened, that tariff eased. Local councils would resume certain rights, subject to imperial review. Festivals would proceed with old honors, names restored to the lists that had been shortened by years and caution. The word Eleutheria was used once, then replaced by quieter phrases, privilege, dignity, recognition. There was talk of the Isthmian Games in Corinth, of a proclamation to be spoken there by the emperor himself, a garland of sound thrown across seas and roads to settle on Greek heads. For a moment the square felt lighter, as if a door had been opened to let out the stale night air. Women glanced at one another with tentative brightness. Men lifted chins. Somewhere a boy cheered too loudly, then fell silent when no one joined him. The sculptor heard in himself the old ache shifting, as though a long-held breath had been allowed to leave halfway, not fully, but enough to ease the ribs. Marcus appeared at the edge of the crowd, out of breath, hair uncharacteristically untidy, as if he had run in a hurry and forgotten to be Roman. He found the sculptor's eyes and smiled with something like relief. "You hear?" he said in Greek that split a vowel and then repaired it. "It will be said in Corinth tomorrow. My father travels at dawn. He thinks it will be good for us all." He gestured with open hands, a gesture he had learned here, less command than offering. "Good," the sculptor said, tasting the word like a cautious sip. "Good can mean many things. At least it means we were seen," Theodora added gently. "Sometimes being seen is the first mercy." The city moved through the morning with an energy made of hope and old habit braided together. A baker, who had measured grain in miserly cups all spring, added a small heel of sweet bread to a woman's purchase and pretended it was a clumsy error. A money changer set a Roman coin on his scale and announced, with a faint smile, that for today the weight was sufficient. Boys practiced cheers behind a wall, and then, embarrassed, turned them into songs about figs. In the temple precinct, a priestess polished the brass of a lamp twice, as if clarity could be polished into events themselves. Yet, even as the day widened, a hush crept around the edges of cheer. People remembered other mornings, postings that brought relief, followed by postings that took it back, promises made at festivals and unmade at harvest. An old man near the stoa told a story quietly to anyone who would listen about a king who once freed a city with his right hand and taxed it with his left. He smiled kindly as he told it, as if to say the lesson need not wound to be remembered. At noon, the sun held the city in its bright hand. The sculptor walked with Marcus under the shade of a colonnade where heat broke into manageable shapes. "Will you travel to Corinth?" the boy asked. "My legs were not made for the hurry of roads," the sculptor said. "But I will listen for the words when they find their way back." Words spoken over water learn humility. They arrive changed, but sometimes truer. "Father says the emperor admires Greece," Marcus offered carefully. "He says Rome builds roads and laws, and Greece supplies the soul." The sculptor watched a kite tilt above a roofline, a single wing catching thermals. "Admiration is a good light," he said, "but light is not warmth. We will know what it means when a widow pays a tax, when a child studies by oil she can afford, when a mason buys stone without selling dignity." Marcus nodded. He had learned to hear the places where Greek placed weight in a sentence. "Then let me go and see," he said. "I will bring back what is said, and how it is said." "Bring back the pauses," the sculptor replied. "Between cheers, between decrees. Sometimes truth hides there." The boy laughed softly. "I will try to carry silence in a jar without spilling it." When dawn came again, the road to Corinth was a necklace of dust. Marcus left with his father's retinue, modest enough to pass unnoticed, official enough to be waved through. The sculptor watched them from the end of the lane and, for reasons he did not fully understand, lifted 2 fingers in a blessing he had not spoken since he was very young. The city waited. Waiting is a discipline Athens had learned across centuries. Sieges, famines, arrivals that meant endings and endings that behaved like beginnings. Women shelled beans in doorways with a steadiness that refused to choose between hope and caution. Men repaired sandals as if good leather could hold the world to the foot. Theodora set aside extra thread in the basket, just in case, and then smiled to herself at the uselessness and comfort of preparation. By afternoon, travelers from the west began to drift in, messengers ahead of messengers. Their mouths were dry, but their eyes were bright with the glow that comes from having been near the center of something. They spoke in versions, but the shape matched. The emperor had stood, laurel-heavy and gaze softer than reputation, and named Greece in a voice that carried love like a learned skill. He praised old names and promised easements. He used the Greek word for freedom, let it ring, then wrapped it in Roman terms that would hold it, the way a father picks up a child he does not fully understand and carries him carefully anyway. Athens took in the news like water poured into a cracked cistern. Some was kept, some ran away. There were cheers in small pockets, laughter at tables, toasts made with wine stretched thin enough to make more toasts possible. In the square, a young man climbed 3 steps of the stoa and recited lines from a play that celebrated the city, as if the city were a person who needed to hear it. People clapped, some with hands, some with eyes. Night came. Lamps with fresh oil made circles on thresholds. The sculptor sat in the courtyard with Theodora, the rosemary breathing its thin green breath. "Do you feel it?" she asked. I feel a room that has been closed open to hand's width, he said. Enough to smell rain, not enough to call it a storm. Storms break things, she said. Rain feeds. They fell silent, listening to Athens listen to itself. The city's sound at night was a familiar lullaby. A pot set gently on a shelf, a last pair of sandals passing, a child refusing bed, then surrendering, and far off, the sea counting. Underneath it all, a new note, small, persistent, as if the city had been tuned a fraction higher. Near midnight, Marcus returned, dust on his face, joy in his shoulders, exhaustion everywhere else. He knocked once, and then stepped in when Theodora called. He said it. Marcus began, and then stopped, surprised by tears he had not planned. He wiped them, awkward and quick, and laughed. He said the word as if it belonged in his mouth. He said we were the mother of arts, and that Rome had learned at our door. He said the old temples would stand with their names honored, and that councils would be trusted to judge in their own matters. He said the taxes, some, would be lightened. He sat. The sculptor poured water. Theodora set a plate on the table, as if she were building an altar of bread and figs. Marcus drank, and words steadied into story. The crowd, the gesture, the way the emperor's Greek warmed after the first 3 sentences, as if courage lived in grammar. The way older men did not clap, but held their chins higher. The way boys whooped and then checked themselves in case joy could be misread. He mimicked the herald's cadence, the echo on the stone steps, the breath the whole place took together. In the telling, the proclamation became something in the room, not only in Corinth. And then, the sculptor asked, when the water had become an empty cup. And then, Marcus said, voice gentler, the Romans read the conditions, the council in Latin, the lists and limits. It was not unkind, it was careful, as if a father who loves you still locks the gate at night. The cheers did not stop. They changed. Someone began a hymn. People sang. They sat with that. Theodora lifted the plate toward Marcus again, and he took another piece of bread, this time tasting it. The sculptor felt the air in his chest settle where earlier it had risen too high. Joy, he thought, can be a home if one keeps it swept. It can also be a tent. Tonight, it was canvas and rope, good enough to shelter tired travelers. In the days that followed, the city tried on its altered garment. Some seams were loose enough to breathe. A council met and decided a small case without sending it up the chain. A wine merchant paid less than he feared and more than he hoped, and declared the difference an offering to the God who watches men do arithmetic. A poet who had made a living from sarcasm tried a compliment on the city and found it did not taste like surrender. And yet, a widow went to the tax booth, and the clerk, who had not heard the emperor speak and had only the tablets to go by, shook his head at her request and pointed to the column that applied to widows still. She left with her dignity straight, but her lamp oil thin. On a road south of town, a new patrol stopped a cart and weighed its cargo with a scale that seemed to remember the old numbers. A letter from a cousin in Boeotia spoke of the same news received with the same caution, cheers that turned to murmurs when the counting started. In the sculptor's hands, marble felt different. The proclamation had not softened the stone, yet the work found a new tempo. He carved a figure, neither god nor hero, just a woman at her door with a lamp lifted, listening. He did not call it freedom. He called it evening. People came to look and did not ask the price right away. They stood and breathed with it as if the figure breathed back. Marcus came less often for lessons and more often just to sit. In the barracks, he admitted once, some mocked the speech. Not loudly, in a Roman way, half a smile with a hard edge. They say Greeks sing at anything, but I noticed they sang later too, when the lamps were low. He looked up. It's harder to mock what you hum. The sculptor nodded. Song is a kind of treaty the mouth signs without the hand. When word finally arrived, weeks later, that the emperor had left Corinth, the city did not change its pace. The door that had been opened a hand's width did not shut. Neither did it swing wide. Life chose its usual route. Small adaptations, a few mercies, talk that kept the heart from cracking. The sculptor felt grateful without deciding to be. Gratitude, like dew, appears because the night remembered to cool the day. On a late afternoon, cloud light soft as wool, he and Theodora walked the long way home from the market. A breeze found them in the narrow street and stayed, polite as a guest. From an open window, a voice recited verses in Greek with a Roman cadence smoothed by use. Marcus, somewhere nearby, teaching himself again. Theodora's hand brushed the sculptor's. "We endure," she said, not as a boast, but as an inventory of what was on the shelf. "And sometimes we do more than endure," he answered. "Sometimes we become the place where words learn to be kinder." They reached their door at the blue hour, when the city turns from labor to lamps. The threshold felt lighter by a weight no scale could measure. He set the day's bread on the table. She set the oil. From the street, a child's voice rose. One line of a hymn sung the day of the proclamation, now become a game. The tune did not know who owned it. Tunes almost never do. Above the roofline, the first star showed itself without remark. The sculptor took it as a cue and did nothing in response. He sat, let his back find the chair, and allowed the new note in the city's song to find its pitch. Faraway shocks ripple into quiet Greek homes. News in an empire rarely travels like a bird in flight. It moves more like water, finding channels, soaking into earth, carrying whispers along aqueducts and across markets. When word came from far provinces, Athens received it not in sudden cries but in murmurs that grew roots in doorways and at wells. A word spoken in the agora could reach a hillside village by dusk, changed slightly, colored by hope or fear, but always carrying the same shadow. Something has shifted, somewhere beyond our sight. The sculptor first sensed it on a humid morning, when the air carried a thickness that had nothing to do with weather. A merchant from Corinth arrived earlier than expected, his mule still dusted with travel. He spoke of tension after Nero's proclamation. Cheers in the stadium, yes, but also clenched jaws among Roman officers. "The emperor grants freedom," the merchant said with a wry smile. "And yet soldiers carry sharper spears the very next day." In Athens, people listened with the careful faces of those who have learned to balance hope with skepticism. No one shouted in alarm, but hands tightened on amphorae, and tradesmen calculated silently whether new levies might soon follow. It was the city's way, to hold the rumor gently, neither welcoming nor rejecting, until time proved its truth. That evening, Theodora sat with the sculptor in their courtyard, olive oil lamp glowing softly between them. "Freedom spoken is not always freedom given," she mused. "Yet even words carry weight. Children will remember that they heard the word at all." The sculptor nodded. He had seen enough of empire to know promises often frayed, but he also knew memory itself could become a form of power. Days later, a caravan from the north brought stranger tidings. There had been unrest in Thrace, villages burning, disputes between Roman settlers and local clans. They say the blues and greens in Constantinople fight not only over chariots now, but over emperors and taxes, one traveler whispered. Shouts in the hippodrome turned to blood in the streets. The words made listeners lean closer, as though the hippodrome itself stretched its long shadow across the Aegean. Marcus came, eager to share what he overheard at his father's side. His father had received letters sealed with imperial wax, terse and guarded. They do not tell me much, Marcus admitted, his youthful face shadowed with new gravity. But I can feel his unease. He speaks of unrest, of voices in Rome that question Greece's privileges. He warns me not to repeat it, but I trust you. The sculptor placed a hand on his shoulder. Even the strong fear whispers. It is wise to listen, but wiser still to hold peace within. Marcus nodded, though the lines on his brow remained. In the workshops of Athens, artisans carried on, chiseling, painting, weaving. Yet in each hammer's strike, there lingered an unspoken question. How firm is the ground beneath us? A cobbler muttered that he had seen Roman soldiers purchase boots more quickly than usual. A baker noticed grain prices rising, despite promises of relief. Each detail seemed small, but strung together, they formed a quiet chain that pulled at the city's calm. The sculptor tried to anchor himself in work. Marble responded to steady hands, not rumors. Yet even as he shaped a youthful figure, he felt his chisel falter. What face should he give it? Confidence or doubt? Joy or patience? He realized then that art itself was part of the city's answer, to embody endurance even when the world trembled. Theodora kept the household steady. She reminded him that olive trees still grew, that markets still bustled, that the sea still carried fish to the shore. Empires may shake, she said, but bread must still be baked, children still taught, doors still swept. Her words were a rope to hold, simple yet unbreakable. One night, as lamps flickered along narrow lanes, a neighbor came bearing figs. She spoke of her cousin in Delphi, who claimed Roman tax collectors had been more demanding since Nero's proclamation, not less. They say freedom means we may govern small things, so long as the empire governs great things, she said, placing the figs on their table. The sculptor tasted one, sweet, soft, carrying the bite of its skin. He thought how even sweetness can carry bitterness if shared under the shadow of doubt. Marcus visited again, this time quieter. My father worries that Greece celebrates too loudly, he admitted. He says Rome loves Greek art, but Rome does not love Greek defiance. The boy's voice faltered, and he looked to the sculptor as though hoping for reassurance. Celebration need not be defiance, the sculptor replied gently. It can be gratitude, song, memory. But yes, Rome sometimes mistakes joy for rebellion. We must sing carefully. He paused, then added, but we must still sing. In the weeks that followed, Athens lived in two worlds at once. In the Agora, laughter still echoed. Plays were still performed, and symposia still filled evenings with poetry. Yet beneath the music lay an undercurrent. Conversations hushed when strangers approached, questions asked twice in different tones to test safety. The sculptor began to dream strangely. He saw Athens and Rome as two figures carved into one block of marble, their forms entangled, neither free nor wholly bound. He woke with sweat on his brow, Theodora's hand soothing his chest. Dreams are warnings, or they are echoes, she whispered. Either way, they pass. What remains is how we walk when we wake. And so he rose each day, shaping stone, greeting neighbors, listening to Marcus's halting Greek with patience. The empire stretched and stirred beyond the horizon, but in the narrow lanes of Athens, life clung to its rhythm. Figs were sold, bread baked, sandals mended, hymns sung. Yet all carried a different weight now, the weight of knowing the ground could shift, that promises spoken far away ripple even into the quietest homes. One evening, as cicadas sang and lamps glowed, Theodora asked, "Do you think freedom can live in shadows, carried only in whispers?" The sculptor thought of Marcus's earnest eyes, of the herb seller's gift, of laughter shared despite burdens. He answered softly, "Yes, whispers can outlast shouts. Sometimes freedom is not a banner, but a breath. As long as we breathe it, it lives." Two languages meet like streams beneath olive trees. Language is more than sound. It is memory, music, and mirror. In Athens, Greek words flowed as naturally as water from the hills, carrying centuries of philosophy, prayer, and song. Latin arrived later, carved into the empire's stone roads, spoken in commands, measured in contracts. At first, the two streams clashed, water striking water, each insisting on its own course. But time, like a patient mason, began to guide them toward one another, until in shaded courtyards, beneath olive branches, Greek and Latin sometimes mingled like a single breath. The sculptor had long lived in this mingling. His art was Greek in form, yet Roman in commission. His chisel struck marble in the style of his ancestors, yet patrons paid with Roman coin, asking for symbols that pleased both cultures. He heard Latin daily, clipped, exact, spoken by soldiers and officials. But when he closed his eyes, it was Greek voices that hummed like the sea, steady and unbroken. Marcus became the living thread between these streams. His Greek was still imperfect, but it grew each week, shaped by his stubborn persistence. He carried Latin in his bones, but Greek on his tongue, and though the words sometimes stumbled, the intention was clear. The sculptor saw in him the beginnings of a bridge, a youth willing to learn not only grammar but cadence, not only vocabulary but silence. One evening, Marcus arrived with scrolls tucked under his arm. "I've been reading Cicero," he said eagerly, the Latin name heavy in Greek air, his words about duty. But when I try to render them in Greek, they change, they soften. What is duty in Latin feels more like care in Greek. The sculptor smiled at his observation. Yes, Latin builds with stone, Greek builds with breath. Neither is wrong. But each shapes the heart differently. Together, they unrolled the scrolls. Marcus read a line in Latin, his voice steady, the rhythm like marching feet. The sculptor repeated it in Greek, and suddenly it sounded less like command and more like reflection. They compared, line by line, watching meaning bend as if warmed by fire. "Does that mean one is truer?" Marcus asked. "No," the sculptor answered. "It means truth wears different garments. Sometimes Latin fits, sometimes Greek. Wisdom is knowing which to wear." Theodora, listening from her spindle, added gently, "And sometimes it is enough simply to hear both, and to know that no garment can cover the whole body of truth." Marcus looked thoughtful. Then perhaps Rome and Greece are not enemies, but two voices singing the same hymn in different tones. The sculptor felt a pang at his words. Could it be so simple? History was heavy with conquest, decrees, humiliation. Yet here was a boy who saw harmony where others saw conflict. Perhaps the young could hear what the old had forgotten. The lesson deepened in the marketplace. One morning, Marcus stopped to bargain for figs. He began in halting Greek, the seller replying briskly, amused at his effort. But when Marcus stumbled, he filled the gap with Latin. And surprisingly, the seller answered with enough Latin to keep the trade alive. Laughter followed, coins exchanged, and figs were placed in Marcus's hands with a friendly nod. The sculptor watched from a distance, feeling warmth rise in his chest. Two tongues had met like streams, not fighting but joining, and the exchange had ended in sweetness. Later, the sculptor himself felt the power of mingling tongues. A Roman official came to his workshop, requesting a relief for a villa. The man spoke in Latin, polished and formal. The sculptor replied first in Greek, then carefully in Latin. At once the official's posture softened. Here was not resistance, but respect. The negotiation moved smoothly, and the commission was secured. When the man left, he clasped the sculptor's arm, not as conqueror to subject, but as patron to artist. That night, the sculptor pondered the lesson. Language, he realized, was not only a tool for communication, but a gesture of recognition. To speak another's tongue was to say, "I see you." To refuse was to say, "You do not matter." And so the mingling of Greek and Latin in Athens was not merely practical, it was spiritual, a way of knitting dignity across cultures. Theodora put it more simply. "When two streams join," she said, "the water does not forget its source, but together they carry more." The sculptor dreamed again, and in his dream, he heard two voices reciting lines, one in Greek, one in Latin. At first they clashed, then overlapped, then wove together into something new. It was not confusion, it was harmony, though a fragile one. He woke with the memory lingering like music after a festival. Over time, Athens itself seemed to hum with this dual tongue. Children played games mixing Greek rhymes with Latin nicknames. Priests in temples greeted Roman officials with Greek prayers translated into Latin invocations. In symposiums, learned men quoted Homer and Virgil side by side, sometimes with pride, sometimes with rivalry, but always with awareness that both belonged to the same air. Marcus grew bolder in these gatherings. Once, when challenged by an older Greek who scoffed at his accent, he replied calmly, "Perhaps my Greek is clumsy, but my respect is fluent." The room fell silent, then slowly nodded in approval. Even pride softened before sincerity. In all this, the sculptor felt hope. The empire might weigh heavy with decrees and levies, but in the courtyards, markets, and temples of Athens, two streams were meeting. And when streams meet, they do not cancel each other. They flow forward together, carrying the memory of both mountains that gave them birth. Lanterns glow while stories weave past and present. Evenings in Athens were never silent, though they carried a softer voice than the day. By dusk, the marketplace quieted, its clamor settling into the clink of shutters being drawn and the murmur of families gathering at their hearths. Lamps were lit one by one, a small constellation flickering across the lanes. Oil burned steadily, casting gold circles on stone walls. In those circles, stories awoke, the kind that belonged not to parchment or decree, but to voices and memory. The sculptor had grown to love these hours most. By day, he wrestled marble, listening to the sharp song of hammer and chisel. By night, the city itself became a storyteller, its light and sound weaving tales across generations. He and Theodora would sit in the courtyard as neighbors strolled by, each carrying not only their baskets or cloaks, but a story ready to spill if asked kindly. One evening, Marcus joined them, carrying a small bronze lantern. "For your courtyard," he said shyly. Roman design, but Greek fire inside. He lit it carefully, and the flame took, steady and bright. Its light mingled with the old oil lamp already burning, the two circles overlapping like a meeting of worlds. The sculptor smiled, recognizing the symbol even if Marcus had not intended it. They sat together beneath the olive tree, listening as the city's other voices rose. From a nearby house, a woman sang a lullaby in Greek, its melody carrying the cadence of centuries. From farther off, a Roman soldier recited lines of Virgil, his words softened by distance, almost blending into the night air. The sculptor closed his eyes briefly. Two worlds, once set against each other, now shared the same dusk. Theodora began a story, her voice low and rhythmic. She spoke of Solon, the wise lawgiver, who had once walked these same streets when Athens was young. She told of how he counseled moderation, how he balanced wealth and poverty with laws like scales held steady by patience. Marcus listened intently, his young face glowing in the lantern light. "And the people obeyed?" he asked. Theodora smiled faintly. They quarreled, as people always do. But they remembered his words. That is the power of stories. They linger when obedience fades. Marcus nodded slowly, then added, "My father quotes Cicero often. He says laws are chains, but Cicero says they are cords tying men together. Perhaps Cicero and Solon would have understood each other." The sculptor chuckled softly. "Perhaps they are already conversing through us." As the evening deepened, more neighbors drifted into the courtyard. An old potter came with a cracked jug, not to mend it, but to share wine. A weaver brought a basket of figs. Soon a small circle had formed, the lanterns glowing steadily. Faces gathered in shared light. Stories poured forth, as naturally as the wine. A fisherman spoke of a storm that had nearly taken his boat, and how he prayed not to Poseidon but to Christ, yet still thanked the old god when the sea calmed. An old woman told of her grandmother, who had seen Roman soldiers march into Athens for the first time, their armor blazing, their orders harsh, and yet, she said, even they stopped to marvel at the Parthenon. Marcus, encouraged, shared a Roman tale of Horatius at the bridge, holding back an army with courage alone. The Greeks listened with respect, though one man muttered that Greeks, too, had stood on bridges. Marcus laughed good-naturedly and replied, "Then perhaps courage itself speaks both tongues." Laughter rippled, soft and genuine. The sculptor contributed last, recounting a story from his youth of how he once attempted to carve a statue too grand for the marble block. The stone cracked, teaching him humility. "I learned," he said quietly, "that stone reveals what it wishes, not what I command. Perhaps people are the same." Heads nodded in the lantern glow, each hearing their own truth in his words. As the stories wound down, the night grew quieter. The neighbors drifted away, their lanterns bobbing like fireflies down the lanes. Only the sculptor, Theodora, and Marcus remained, their circle of light small but steady. Marcus broke the silence. "Do you think stories can change empires?" The sculptor considered. "Empires live by stone and sword, but stone cracks, swords dull. Stories live by breath. As long as breath continues, stories remain." Theodora added softly, "Stories remind us who we are, even when decrees try to tell us otherwise." Marcus touched the lantern he had brought, watching its flame. "Then perhaps this is more than a gift. Perhaps it is a promise." The sculptor laid a hand on his shoulder. "Then keep the promise, Marcus. Carry it with you when the city grows dark." That night, long after Marcus had gone, the sculptor and Theodora sat in silence, watching the two lamps glow side by side. Their light flickered on the courtyard walls, weaving shadows that seemed to dance in ancient patterns. The sculptor thought of all the voices carried in the night, the lullaby, the verse of Virgil, the fisherman's storm, the old woman's memory. Each was a thread. Together, they formed a fabric strong enough to cover a city. When the lamps finally burned low, he whispered, "Perhaps this is freedom. Not decrees, not taxes, but voices joining in the dark, numbers click. A quiet song answers. Morning came with the soft scrape of brooms and the faint clatter of shutters being pushed open. Athens tidying its thresholds the way an old friend straightens a collar before company arrives. In the small square behind the stoa, a new table had been set up beneath the long shadow of a column. On it lay a copper scale, 2 ink pots, and a ledger bound in leather that still smelled of tannin and heat. Beside the table, a Roman clerk rolled his shoulders as if to remind himself they belonged to him. Beside the clerk, a Greek scribe touched his reed pens to the lip of a water jar, coaxing the tips awake. They were not soldiers. There were no helmets, no spears, but the air around them had the same careful gravity that armed men carry. People formed a line almost without being told, the way water finds a channel just by looking at the shape of ground. Some clasped small purses. Some carried baskets that held a hen, a length of dyed wool, a little brass hinge, things that might be counted as payment when coin ran thin. On a plank nailed to the table's side, words in both languages explained what the day was for. The first accounting under the softened rules. The sculptor came not to pay, his obligations were due later in the season, but to see. He had learned long ago that the true measure of a decree was taken where the ink met the face, where a number became a voice, where a voice sat down at a table and either left lighter or heavier. He stood near the column, its coolness at his back, and let the square's sounds sort themselves into a harmony he could read. The clerk's even tone, the scribe's scratch, the rustle of cloth, the little cough people make when they are not ill, but wish to be heard. Theodora had warned him not to stay too long. "You gather other people's sighs," she had said kindly, "and bring them home in your pockets." He had promised to come back by noon. Until then, he watched. A woman in a plain chiton approached. Widow, by the way, she carried her own basket and looked past the men for a female face that was not there. She set down 2 measures of barley and a small coin that had seen better emperors. The clerk weighed, noted, pursed his lips. The scribe wrote, Greek characters steady as a prayer. "Under the new provision," the clerk said, in Greek shaped by Latin teeth, "your assessment is reduced by 1/5. The grain is counted. The coin, it has a nick." He turned it over, then over again, as if repetition might improve the edge. "Still, we accept." The woman's shoulders dropped the way sails do when the wind changes from against to across. Not a gust, just a willingness. "May your ink never dry," she said, the sort of blessing Greeks invented for any tool that might be persuaded to be kind. The clerk's mouth almost smiled, then remembered itself, and did not. Behind her stood a mason whose hands had whitened permanently with lime. He had a purse, heavier than the widow's, and the quiet pride of a man who could show weight without shame. "You built the east wall of the baths," the Greek scribe said, peering at him with the pleasure of remembering the shape of another man's work. "It holds." "It must," the mason said simply, and held out his payment. The scale dipped and found itself. So far, so measured. The sculptor felt a small thread of gratitude pull through his chest. The numbers were not generous, but they were less cruel than last season's had been, and mercy does not need a trumpet to be real. A boy ran up then, hair stuck to his forehead, sandals slapping an argument against the stones. He waved a paper sealed in red wax that had cracked in his fist. "From the governor." he announced in a voice that still expected to be praised just for existing. The clerk broke the seal. The scribe leaned in so close their heads made a small roof for the letter. "The rates stand," the clerk said, mostly to himself. "But the instruction is to exercise judgment where widows, orphans, harvest ruined by hail." His voice thinned as he read the line that explained who would be trusted to define ruin. At the edge of the square, Marcus appeared, almost part of the crowd, and yet lit by a private urgency. He wore no insignia, but the Roman cut of his tunic made space around him as if fabric itself respected empire. He saw the sculptor and came to his side, breathing as if he had chosen to run until his doubts fell behind him. "I asked to witness," he said quietly, in Greek that sounded as though it had been smoothed against his own heart first. "Father says a rule that does not meet the eye becomes superstition." "Your father thinks like a builder," the sculptor answered, "even if he writes with a pen." A murmur rose. A man at the table gestured with both hands, palms up, the universal sign for, "But look." He had brought cloth, dyed a blue that still held the river in it. "I paid the dyer," he said, "and the tax upon the dyer's vat, and the fee for the ferry at Eleusis, which is now a tax by another name. If I pay again here, I have cloth but no bread." The clerk did not argue. He pointed at a line in the ledger where the fees were not fees, but something else, and therefore older than protest. Marcus shifted, then stilled, the way a horse does when it wishes to turn, but has been taught to wait for a knee. He looked at the sculptor as if asking permission for his own courage. The sculptor gave him what he could give, the smallest nod. Marcus stepped forward, not to the power side of the table, but to the empty space where a friend might stand. "What is the weight of a ferry if the river was low?" he asked the clerk, not as a challenge but as a question a student is willing to have answered. "What is the value of dye if the cloth is returned unsold?" The instruction said the word judgment. "You have learned that word." The clerk glanced at the scribe, who kept his eyes on his own sheet like a man protecting both languages at once. "The word is there," the clerk admitted. He looked at the blue cloth, and then at the man who had dyed it, and the man who had paid, until the three of them made a triangle that the ledger could not flatten. "An allowance," he said finally, and the scribe's pen moved, improving the day by a fingertip's breadth. It was not a battle. Nobody cheered, but the square exhaled. The sculptor felt it like shade passing. By mid-morning, the table had learned its work. The clerk's voice lowered to a human register. The scribe added a second jar of water for his reeds so that speed would not become cruelty. A girl arrived to sit on a stool and count parcels aloud before they were weighed, turning the procedure into the kind of song children remember. And yet, even in the better rhythm, frictions hummed. A farmer's cartwheel cracked at the approach to the square, and no one had spare wood. A fish seller's tax was recalculated because fish do not come with parchments to testify about themselves. A man produced a coin with the wrong emperor's face and found that history can sometimes still buy salt, but not relief. When the sun climbed over the stoa and set its hand on the square, the line thinned. People drifted to the sliver of shade that persisted like a kind thought. The sculptor walked with Marcus to the fountain and cupped water into their mouths without speaking. Silence cooled more quickly than the water did. "My father says the easing is real," Marcus offered at last, as if entering cold water the slow way. "He also says, Rome does not like to lose the habit of holding. He fears the habit will return the way a soldier's hand returns to the hilt, even when he drinks." "Habits are roads," the sculptor said, They lead where they lead, unless someone lays a stone across them and says, "Not today. You laid a small stone just now." Marcus made a face that tried to be modest and succeeded in being young. "I said a word." The clerk had the choosing. "The word opened the choosing," the sculptor replied. "Lyre and ledger both belong to the city. Today you plucked one string and did not snap it." They returned toward the table because leaving would have felt like turning away when a guest has begun telling something difficult. On the far side of the column, a small cluster had gathered, not to argue but to listen to a man with a lyre. He was one of those figures cities keep the way gardens keep herbs, not necessary for survival, but necessary for something that makes survival worth the trouble. He sang neither lament nor celebration, but a tune that wound itself through words like a thread holds beads. The words were about measuring, weighing, writing, erasing, not metaphors, just the things themselves named kindly. People stood with their backs to the ledger and listened to the lyre, as if a balance could be kept by sound as well as by number. Even the clerk, whose face had held its duty all morning, turned slightly so that the music could arrive without asking permission. The song ended with a flourish that was not really a flourish, just a line allowed to land like a hand on a shoulder. There was no applause. Athens understood that some music is not improved by hands. Someone put a fig in the singer's palm, the currency of gratitude. Before noon, 2 soldiers came through the square, not marching, merely crossing as men do, who have learned their feet are watched. They paused at the edge of the table, glanced at the ledger, looked toward the lyre, then at the column that had been holding up day and decisions since before their mothers were born. One of them made a small shrug that could be read as, "It is going well enough." The other nodded, the way men nod when the world has not asked too much of them today. The sculptor took that nod and tucked it away. Not because soldiers' nods are promises, they are not, but because even an unmeant kindness from power can be spent later as courage. He kept his word and went home at noon. Theodora met him at the door with the same look she had worn the first time he returned from the hills, without the goat he had been sent to find. Worried until now, then relieved with a frown to make sure relief remembered its place. He told her about the widow, the blue cloth, the clerk's changed tone. He told her about the song that had made the numbers sit still. "The city learns to breathe again," she said, tearing bread in a way that honored both loaf and hunger. Not a deep breath, but one that reaches the ribs. In the afternoon, he said, "I will carve the hand that holds the lamp in the figure by the door. It has been a fist for too long. I think the fingers are ready. Hands learn by watching," Theodora said. Today they saw a line behave as if people stood in it. He returned to the workshop, while the light still came clean off the courtyard wall. The block on the trestles remembered where he had left it. A woman at her threshold, head turned toward an unseen caller. He had been reluctant to touch the hand again after cracking a knuckle last week and mending it with a patience that had not felt like his. Today, the stone seemed to offer itself. He traced the ridge of each finger with a thumb, the way one traces a child's future without admitting that is what one is doing. Then the chisel found rhythm. Stone teaches what it will accept. Today, it accepted a loosened grip. The fingers curved without clutching. The thumb withdrew from its old argument with the forefinger. The palm opened enough to hold light rather than protect it. When he pulled back, the hand looked as if it could give the lamp to someone else without dropping it. He set down the tool, because gratitude is lighter than iron and must be handled empty-handed. Evening returned the city to its lamps and to the gentle business of considering what the day had meant. Neighbors spoke not of the emperor or the word Eleutheria, not of precedent or fear. They spoke of a clerk who found judgment under the weight of a word. They spoke of a line that did not bruise. They spoke of a song that made men gentler at a table. Marcus arrived with dust on his hem and a look that made his youth and his duty quarrel in his eyes. He sat without asking and took the cup Theodora offered as if he had earned nothing and was grateful for everything. "Father says," he began, "that today is what Rome wants when Rome remembers its best self. He also says tomorrow will test whether today was a story or a habit. Then we will give tomorrow a story worth copying," Theodora said. She did not often lift sentences like that. When she did, they stood on their own feet. "I keep thinking," Marcus said, turning the cup in his hands, "about how the lyre and the ledger faced each other. As if two parts of the city bowed and did not demand to be first. The bow is the important part," the sculptor answered. "First is a wind that passes." They sat in the softness between lamps. Somewhere, a child practiced his letters in dust with a twig. Little alphas and betas marching like ants toward a crumb. Somewhere else, a woman counted coins, and then counted something that could not be counted, and nodded as if both totals were acceptable. A cat dared the top of a wall, and won. The rosemary brushed the air with its green insistence that bitterness can be perfume if crushed with care. The sculptor looked at his own hands and saw stone dust in the lines even after washing. He raised them, palms up, so Theodora could see the day without words. She took one, as she had when they were young and the world had not yet learned their names, and pressed it to the cool of the water jar. "Ledger hand," she said, smiling at her own joke. She lifted it to the lamp's glow. "Lyre hand." Then she put both hands back where they belong, together, and let them rest. Night gathered like a shawl. The city pulled it around its shoulders and found that it fit, even with new threads. The clerk closed the ledger. The scribe cleaned his reeds. The girl carried home the tune she had invented for counting parcels and sang it to her mother over beans. The man, with the blue cloth, slept with the knowledge that color could survive a column in a book. The widow set her lamp on the sill and did not count the oil twice, and in a small courtyard, a sculptor thought of how numbers had clicked and a song had answered, and how between the two the city had crossed a narrow place without anyone falling into the water. Streets darken, but voices linger like lamps. Twilight in Athens was a ceremony without priest or decree. The city lowered itself into evening, the way a weary craftsman sets down his tools, not abruptly, but with reverence for the work already done. The sculptor often thought that no other hour revealed the soul of the city so clearly. Day was filled with duty, night with sleep, but twilight belonged to neither. It was the time when memory and hope sat together on the same bench, sharing the same view of fading light. He left his workshop as the sun brushed the western hills with a slow hand of fire. His sandals tapped against familiar stones, each strike echoing centuries of other feet that had passed the same way. Merchants, philosophers, priests, soldiers. He thought of how many had paused at the very hour when sun and lamp exchanged their watch. His own feet slowed, as if unwilling to rush the sacred handing over of light. Theodora met him at the corner, her shawl already gathered against the cool that drifted from the sea. They chose to walk without destination, letting the streets guide them. Athens at twilight had its own rhythm. Bakers pulled the last loaves from ovens, and the fragrance drifted down alleys like a blessing. Water sellers poured their jars into smaller cups for those hurrying home. At doorways, women shook out mats, scattering dust that rose in brief clouds then vanished in the dimming air. Children, released from chores, invented games that required only a pebble, a chant, and a willingness to laugh. Their voices rang down lanes, a kind of music that cared nothing for empire or decree. The sculptor paused once, smiling, as he heard a boy sing the beginning of a hymn in Greek, while his companion answered with a teasing phrase in Latin. Their laughter proved the languages could play together, even if politics could not. Marcus appeared, almost as if drawn by the same twilight current. He greeted them warmly, and the three walked on, their shadows blending across stone. "I love this hour," Marcus confessed in careful Greek. "The city feels less Roman, less Greek, just human." Theodora glanced at him with kindness. "That is the gift of dusk. It hides division long enough for us to remember sameness." They passed the agora, its stalls half-shuttered. A few merchants lingered, eager to sell before lamps made prices rise. The sculptor bought olives from a woman he had known since youth. She pressed an extra handful into his pouch, whispering, "For Theodora." Such gestures reminded him that even as decrees tried to measure every coin, generosity still moved, unmeasured, like water slipping through fingers. Beyond the agora, they came to a small square where neighbors had begun gathering. Twilight was Athens' true symposium, needing no invitation. A man tuned a lyre, plucking strings that sounded tentative at first, then confident. A woman lit a lantern and set it on the low wall, its glow stretching across faces as though to remind them they belonged to one circle. Stories began, not formal or rehearsed, but caught out of the air. One old man spoke of the time he had seen Hadrian himself walk the streets, his purple-bordered toga, dusty at the hem, his beard full, his eyes soft. Another woman recounted how her grandmother had carried figs across the city during a famine, sharing them with neighbors rather than selling them, because hunger shared was lighter than hunger hoarded. Marcus listened, his Roman eyes wide, as if learning Athens not through marble or scrolls, but through living voices. At last he spoke. "In Rome, my tutor told me of Horace, who said we must seize the day. But here, listening to you, I think Athens teaches us something different. Not to seize, but to hold memory, to hold kindness, to hold dignity." His Greek trembled but did not fail. The square grew still, then nodded in quiet agreement. The sculptor felt a swell of pride, not only for the boy's words, but for the way the city accepted them. Rome had taken much from Greece, but here, in the fading light, Greece was giving something back. The art of remembering softly. As night deepened, more lamps flickered alive. The sculptor watched how each one seemed small alone, but together they gave the street a gentle spine of light. He thought of Marcus's words, to hold. Lamps held the dark at bay, not banishing it, but tempering it. Perhaps that was Athens' place in the empire, not to conquer, not to demand, but to hold memory steady until it could be taught again. On their way home, they passed a fountain. Its water caught lantern glow and scattered it into silver fragments. Theodora paused, dipping her fingers. "Even water remembers light," she whispered. The sculptor thought how true that was, how stone, too, remembered every touch of chisel. Perhaps people were no different, marked by every kindness, every word, every burden borne. When they reached their courtyard, Marcus lingered at the gate. "May I come tomorrow?" he asked. "Not for lessons, but to sit." The sculptor nodded. "Come, bring your lantern." That night, lying on his couch, the sculptor listened to the city drift into sleep. the clop of late hooves, the last murmur of voices, the whisper of wind through cypress. Athens, wrapped in twilight's shawl, seemed to breathe as one. And he thought, if freedom lived anywhere, it was in moments like this. Not in proclamations, but in the simple act of walking streets together until lamps outnumbered shadows. Stone remembers whispers long after voices fade. There are evenings when a city seems to lean closer to its own memory, as if the very stones wish to speak. Athens, with its crumbling columns and shadowed arches, often held such nights. The sculptor knew this well. By day, he shaped marble, but by twilight, he let marble shape him. He would wander among ruins, not to measure or study, but to listen. On this evening, Marcus walked beside him, a lantern swinging lightly from his hand. Theodora followed, her shawl drawn close against the rising breeze. They made their way to the old theater of Dionysus, now half broken, where weeds claimed the steps, and the air smelled faintly of thyme crushed beneath sandals. The sculptor sat on a fallen block, running his hand across the stone's roughness. "Do you feel it?" he asked Marcus. The boy tilted his head. "Only cold." "Cold is the first layer," the sculptor said gently. "Beneath it lies memory. These stones once heard laughter, song, the rise and fall of actors' voices. They still echo if you learn to listen." Marcus leaned down, pressing his ear to the block. At first he frowned, hearing nothing but his own breath, but then a whisper seemed to shimmer in the stillness. Not words, but the shape of voices long gone. He straightened quickly, eyes wide. "It's as if the past breathes." Theodora smiled. "It does. Not as men breathe, but as memory does. Quiet, steady, enduring." They walked farther into the ruins. The moon had risen, silvering the broken seats and turning weeds into pale threads. The sculptor felt his chest tighten. How many hands had carved these seats? How many hearts had waited for plays that spoke of gods and mortals? Now Rome ruled, and the theater lay in quiet ruin. Yet ruin itself carried dignity, for it whispered, "We were here." Marcus placed his lantern on the ground, its glow soft against marble. "In Rome, ruins are trophies," he said carefully. "Here, they feel more like prayers." The sculptor nodded slowly. "Yes, Romans show victory in ruins. Greeks show persistence. These stones say, 'Though broken, we remain.'" He guided Marcus toward a carved relief still clinging to one wall. The figures were worn, but one could see the curve of a dancer's hand, the hint of a lyre. The sculptor traced the line with his finger. Reverent. This hand has not moved in centuries, yet it still gestures. Do you see? Time erodes, but art resists. That is our answer to conquest. The boy's eyes glistened. Then every sculpture you carve is resistance too. The sculptor looked away, humbled. Perhaps, or perhaps it is simply devotion. Resistance is born of anger. Devotion is born of love. Stone prefers the latter. Theodora, standing slightly apart, gazed up at the Acropolis rising against the night sky. "Athens has always spoken through stone," she murmured. "Temples, theaters, stoas. Even when voices were silenced, stone kept the conversation alive." A wind stirred, carrying the faint scent of sea and olive. Marcus drew his cloak tighter. "Do you think Nero's promise of freedom will change anything?" The sculptor paused, weighing his words. "Empires make proclamations as easily as clouds make shadows. What matters is what endures beneath them. Freedom is not declared, Marcus. It is remembered, held, carved into stone so deeply that no decree can erase it." They lingered, silent now, listening as the ruins seemed to hum with their own music. A dog barked distantly. From a nearby house came the clatter of pots. Yet within the theater, time itself slowed, as though honoring its own echoes. At last, Theodora touched her husband's shoulder. We should return. Night grows deep. Reluctantly, they rose. Marcus lifted his lantern, but before leaving, the sculptor knelt to place his palm flat against the stone block. It was rough, unpolished, but it warmed faintly under his hand. He closed his eyes. In that touch, he felt centuries pressing gently back, reminding him that he was only another voice in the long chorus of Athens. As they walked home, Marcus spoke softly. I think I will never see ruins the same way again. They are not empty, they are full. The sculptor smiled in the dark. Yes, full of echoes waiting for ears willing to listen. Back in their courtyard, the sculptor sat beneath the olive tree. The lanterns flickered, shadows dancing along the walls. He thought of the ruins, the broken seats, the carved hand, the silence heavy with voices. He realized that his own chisels were not tools alone, but instruments for carrying whispers forward. His longing was not just for recognition, but for remembrance. If he could carve even one figure that echoed centuries later, he would have joined the chorus. A single flame becomes many as night deepens. Night in Athens did not arrive with abruptness, but with layers, each softer than the last. First came the twilight blue that wrapped the rooftops, then the gentle rising of lamps, lit one by one, like notes added to a hymn. Finally, the hush of the streets, as though the city itself had drawn a shawl about its shoulders. It was at such hours that the sculptor loved most to walk, not for errands, not for commissions, but for the quiet act of being present among his people. Theodora joined him, her steps steady, her shawl pinned with the old silver clasp she treasured. Marcus came too, lantern in hand. They passed from their courtyard into streets already glowing with small points of fire. Each household had set a lamp at its doorway, a gesture of safety and belonging. One lamp is fragile, Theodora murmured, but look how strong they are together. Marcus held his lantern higher, its flame trembling slightly. In Rome, he said, torches mark power. But here, lamps mark welcome. The sculptor smiled at the boy's observation. Yes, Rome shows strength in public flame. Athens shows strength in shared flame. He gestured toward a row of lamps that cast overlapping circles of light across the stones. See how they blur? That is community. As they walked, neighbors stepped out to greet them. A potter's wife offered figs, their skins splitting with ripeness. An old man raised his lamp and told of the day's gossip, that a Roman governor had quarreled with his secretary, that a ship from Alexandria carried grain enough to feed Athens twice over. Each story was small, yet under lamplight it felt important, stitched into the fabric of evening. They came to a narrow lane where children carried little clay lamps, their laughter bouncing off walls. One boy lifted his flame high and ran, as if racing the darkness itself. His friends followed, their tiny fires bobbing like stars fallen to earth. Marcus watched, his expression softening. Do you see? Even children carry the city's memory forward. The sculptor nodded. Every lamp is a vow. That night will not swallow us whole. They continued until they reached the agora. At night, it transformed. Stalls that bustled by day now lay quiet, but people gathered still. Lamps hung from ropes stretched between posts, swaying slightly in the breeze, their light catching bronze scales and wooden counters left idle until morning. In the center, a group had formed. Men and women, Greek and Roman alike, sat on benches, their faces painted gold by flame. A lyre sounded, soft and low, filling the air with a calm that silenced even the restless. Theodora touched the sculptor's arm. "Listen." A storyteller had risen, his cloak worn but his voice strong. He spoke of Theseus, the hero who once walked these very streets. But his tale was not of conquest or battle. It was of return, of carrying a small lamp through darkness to find his way home. The sculptor felt a stirring in his chest. He had heard Theseus's name many times, but never in this light. Marcus leaned forward, entranced. "Theseus is not fighting," he whispered. "No," Theodora replied. "Tonight he is remembering." The story ended not with triumph, but with rest, with the hero setting down his lamp and sleeping safely in Athens once more. The crowd murmured approval, some sighing softly, others nodding as if reminded of something long forgotten. The sculptor realized that even myths could change shape to meet the needs of the living. Tonight, Athens needed reassurance more than glory. Afterward, Marcus asked, "Do you think lamps will still burn centuries from now? Or will they be forgotten?" The sculptor answered slowly, "Empires rise and fall. Laws are rewritten. But people will always need light against the dark. It may not be oil, it may not be clay, but the act of carrying light will remain." They lingered until the ropes of lamps burned low. Then they turned for home. Along the way, Marcus offered his lantern to guide Theodora over uneven stones. She accepted with a grateful nod, and he walked close, steadying her step. The sculptor, watching, felt a warmth deeper than fire could give. The boy was learning, not only from books and teachers, but from small gestures under night's cover. Back in their courtyard, Marcus set his lantern beside the sculptor's old lamp. Two flames, side by side, wavered in the faint breeze. The sculptor thought of how they had walked among dozens, perhaps hundreds of lamps that night, each belonging to someone, each carrying both burden and hope. He whispered, almost to himself, "So long as one lamp is carried, the city endures." Marcus heard and answered, "And if many lamps are carried, the city shines." Theodora closed her eyes, her lips curving faintly. "Then let us keep carrying." The night passed into stillness. Beyond their walls, lamps guttered, then went out. But the memory of their glow lingered, like embers in the mind, promising that tomorrow evening they would be lit again. Sealed words arrive. A city reads them aloud. Morning began with gulls. They traced slow white loops over the harbor, calling the way gulls always call, half hunger, half habit. From the sculptor's courtyard, the sea was only a suggestion, a taste of salt on the air, a brightness beyond roofs. Still, he felt the harbor's mood as keenly as a fisherman, busier than yesterday, voices pitched higher, the particular clatter of oars stacked after a long crossing. Somewhere, a large ship had tied in during night. Such ships do not sleep without leaving dreams behind. By mid-morning, the dreams had turned into the measured knock of a courier on the governor's door, the scrape of hinges in the basilica, the soft gasp that travels a street when someone has seen a purple seal. Word went out the way word always goes, first to the men who pretend not to care, then to the women who already know, and finally to children who carry news like sparrows carry crumbs, joyfully, to the wrong places, and fast. Marcus reached the sculptor's threshold at a half-run. He stopped just inside, smoothed his tunic, and tried to arrange his breath as if it were a garment that had wrinkled in haste. "Letters," he said simply, in Greek that dropped one consonant and recovered its dignity. "From the west, and from the east, Rome and Constantinople both, arriving together like cousins who insist on sitting at the same table." Theodora, who could weigh a sentence in her palm the way a buyer weighs figs, set a cup of water in his hand. "Drink," she said, "then tell it gently. The heart prefers stairs to ladders." He smiled despite himself, drank, and then began, the way news should begin, in a courtyard, at a low table, with the hum of a city close enough to be companion, not audience. "The first letter concerns the census," he said. "Names, houses, trades, ages. They will count us again." He glanced at the sculptor, aware that counting lives had never been a simple matter here. The second speaks of consolidation of privileges. The phrase is Roman, hard on, the tongue, clear in the mind. It means to gather scattered favors into something tidy. Tidy is not always kind. The sculptor nodded slowly. Roman tidiness had often straightened what should have stayed curved. "Will they send more clerks?" he asked, "or more soldiers?" "Clerks," Marcus said, relief and worry braided together. "And a question. The letter asks whether Greek councils have used their new discretion wisely. It asks for examples. It asks for translation." "That is why you carry both letters in your face," Theodora murmured. "You will be their bridge." Marcus looked down, and for a moment he was only a boy again, a boy who knew that bridges sometimes break. "Father says I must draft the Greek circular for the census, the one that will be read in squares and posted near fountains. He says the Latin is stern. He says sternness travels poorly when it crosses water." The sculptor rose, not with haste, but with purpose that has learned to walk. "Then bring the Latin here," he said. "We will sit under the olive and invite kindness to listen while duty speaks." They moved the low table into the patch of shade where the light arrived polite and filtered, like a guest who wipes his sandals before entering. Marcus laid out the scroll, the seal already broken by authorized hands that nevertheless had trembled a little. He read aloud, voice steady by effort. The Latin did what Latin does. It made categories. It assigned obligations. It numbered and defined. It used the word penalty with a frequency that implied affection. It was not cruel. It was confident. Empires are confident even when they are uncertain, perhaps especially then. When he had finished, the courtyard was quiet in the meaningful way. No one speaking, because everyone was saying something inside. Theodora broke the silence with a sentence 1 degree softer than the letter deserved. "What is true in these words?" she asked. "And what is merely frightened?" Marcus blinked, surprised by the angle of her question. He looked again at the scroll. True. Names must be known for fairness to be more than hope. True. Roads and aqueducts and ships and schools do not feed on air. True. A census can reveal where hunger hides, frightened that without threat, people will not come to be counted. Frightened that mercy will be read as weakness. He lifted his eyes, wonder at his own insight tempered by humility. Is that fair? The sculptor exhaled something like a blessing. It is fair enough to build on. Now, Greek. He fetched his own box of tools. Not chisels this time, but reed pens. Not marble dust, but a pinch of soot to deepen ink. He set out a blank sheet and looked at Marcus. We will not lie, he said. We will not make Latin into lullaby, but we will let it learn how Greek breathes. Marcus nodded. He leaned in, and together they began. They kept the frame, the date, the governor's name, the seal. They named the census plainly, and they did not hide the penalties. But when Latin said household is obliged, Greek said household is invited and expected. When Latin said under pain of fine, Greek said lest the common burden become uneven. Where Latin stacked nouns like stones, Greek placed a verb like a walking stick between them. Where Latin closed doors with clauses, Greek opened a window with a phrase, "For the sake of our neighbors." They added 2 lines no Roman text would have thought necessary and every Greek ear would recognize as decent. Those unable to travel may send word. Widows and the infirm will be counted at their threshold. Theodora suggested the last line. Marcus wrote it twice. The first time with his hand, the second time with his face. By noon, the draft lay in the sun to dry, the letters shining slightly before they settled into the fiber. Marcus read it back in Greek, and the sculptor heard a familiar miracle, the same obligations, now shaped like hospitality. "Is it too gentle?" Marcus asked, anxiety peeking out from behind his pride. "Rome may accuse me of softening the edge." Theodora shook her head. "Edges cut bread as well as throats," she said. "It depends who holds the knife." They ate bread and olives in the pause that follows good work, then carried the draft to the basilica. Marcus's father met them there, formal, exact, careful not to let affection show where politics might read it and draw the wrong conclusion. He took the sheet, read, then read again, slower. His mouth did not smile, but his eyes rested. "You did not betray meaning," he said to his son. "You added mercy." He looked at the sculptor, an equal nod crossing from Roman to Greek, like a boat crossing a familiar strait. "Athens will hear this." In the afternoon, heralds practiced the text in the echoing hall, testing which words carried and which wandered. Greek is a language that likes to land gently. The heralds taught it to land firmly without bruising. Someone pinned the draft beside the Latin original. A clerk compared lines, found no treason, and relaxed by the thickness of a fingernail. Evening brought the next letter to life. The consolidation of privileges, that tidy phrase, had unbundled and revealed itself. Some tax easements kept, others folded into new categories. Certain local judgments affirmed, others to be reviewed by Roman auditors for uniformity. The room hummed with a sound older than empire, the low displeasure of people being organized by someone far away. Marcus worked the Greek version as carefully as the first, but this time the task was different. Where the census could be warmed by courtesy, the consolidation asked for an honesty that would not break the city's heart. "Say what is taken," the sculptor urged. "Say what remains. Do not call loss by another name, but set, beside loss, what we have kept with dignity." Marcus wrote, "The tax on market scales will be measured by fixed days, not by the whim of inspectors." He wrote, "The right of councils to decide disputes under 20 drachmae remains with the city." He wrote, "Temple festivals will continue under the protection of law." And he wrote, "Because it was true, the levy on imported spices returns to last year's measure." Theodora suggested a closing line, as practical as rain. "Those without coin may petition to pay in grain. Those without grain may offer labor until harvest." The governor, hearing it, sighed as if something heavy had shifted to a more tolerable place on his shoulder. "Write that," he said. "I will sign it." The next morning, the city tested the words in the open air. They posted notices at the Stoa, beside the fountain, near the baths where steam softened even bad news. People gathered in clusters the way bees do when the hive is moved, uncertain, buzzing, holding together because the alternative is not possible. Heralds read aloud, the Latin followed by the Greek followed by the questions that Greek always invites. The sculptor stood to one side, hands behind his back, like a man who wishes to hold his neighbors up without appearing to push. "What does uniformity mean?" someone asked, suspicion coiled neatly inside the vowels. "It means," Marcus answered carefully, that what is decided in one town should not contradict what is decided in another, unless there is a strong reason. It is a Roman desire. Greeks can live with it if Greeks are the ones who state the reasons. What of widows? The widow from the ledger day called, voice clear and unashamed. Must I come to be counted, or will they come to me? They will come, Marcus said. His voice did not rise, but it did not waver, and the word will became a small bell rung once and exactly. We wrote it. The governor signed it. Hold them to that letter. If they fail, send for me. A murmur moved through the crowd. It was not gratitude exactly. It was a recalibration, the sound a city makes when a promise joins the list it intends to remember. Then a man who liked to argue because it reminded him he existed stepped forward. If names are counted, he said, will they count our thoughts next? Thoughts are uncountable, the sculptor replied, before Marcus could wound himself on the question. That is why we are dangerous and beautiful. Laughter, the good kind, loosened the square. There was, as there must be, one moment that tried the morning. A Roman clerk, young, pressed smooth by his uniform, insisted on reading a paragraph the Latin had not asked Greek to read. It was a sentence about penalties twice repeated, as if repetition were a form of justice. The herald looked to Marcus. Marcus looked to the governor's seal. The sculptor looked at the faces that had begun to shut, like hands threatened with a blow. Read the law, Marcus said to the clerk, as Rome wrote it. He turned to the herald. Then read our line about thresholds and the infirm twice. The clerk frowned. The herald nodded. The crowd breathed. Balance, for once, did not feel like a compromise. It felt like a scale returned to center. After the readings, people did what people do when the public heat is over. They turned to the actual work of their lives. A fishmonger made a joke about counting sardines with the sardines' consent. A schoolboy practiced writing his father's name in dust, then smudged it into a small cloud with his heel, as if reminding the world that names are both durable and easily erased. A priestess from a minor temple pressed Marcus's hand, left a scent of myrrh behind, and walked away so gracefully that obligation seemed like a dance step. The sculptor found Theodora's arm and tucked it into his own for the walk home. You did a small statecraft, she told Marcus without ceremony, not great and thundering. The durable kind that uses lint to soften a bandage. He shook his head. We merely chose words. Words are lint, she said, and sometimes splints. In the afternoons that followed, the city learned the new rhythm of being seen. Census takers came with reed pens and lists, and because the Greek circular had insisted, with stools for the tired and patience for the hesitant. Names were given the way people surrender a coin that has passed through too many hands. With a sigh, with a joke, with a superstition about days of luck, but given. Theodora walked with the widow to her threshold appointment and made sure the clerk wrote her age correctly, not as guesswork, but as respect. The clerk, who had not wanted to be cruel in the first place, smiled and did as asked. Marcus became a hinge. He stood at corners translating not only words but glances. He answered endless questions with the same sentence said many ways. The law will be fairer if we help it remember to be. He began to sleep more heavily, the sleep of someone whose body has learned a new burden and accepted it. And sometimes, when he passed under a window at evening, people called his name without meaning to, simply because gratitude had slipped from their mouths before caution could catch it. The sculptor returned to the figure in his workshop, the woman at her door with the lamp. He had left her hand open. and now he turned to her face. It would have been easy to carve joy too plainly, to raise the corners of a mouth as if happiness were simply upward. Instead, he looked at Theodora while she counted beans, at Marcus while he folded a letter, at the widow while she set a cup for a clerk, at his own neighbors while they stood under a not unfriendly sun and let themselves be listed. What he saw was quieter. What he saw was endurance, with a soft line of trust crossing it like light across water. He took up his chisel, breathed once, and found the plane beneath the surface, where that line lived. His blows were small. He stopped often to look not at the face, but at the space just in front of it, where the lamp's glow would be. By dusk, she had a mouth that did not claim victory and did not refuse it, a mouth that could speak a name clearly and still sing when someone else sang first. That night, the city felt less sharp, not safe. No city that belongs to an empire sleeps deeply, but less at war with itself. Lamps were lit. Children learned their fathers' ages. A baker discovered he liked the census clerk's laugh. An argument at the fountain ended when both men realized they were born in the same harvest month, and therefore must be cousins in some arrangement of fate. On a rooftop, a girl pressed her ear to the tiles as if the city spoke through warmed clay, and she smiled as if it had told her a secret. In the courtyard, they sat with their own lamps. Theodora poured watered wine. Marcus's back found the wall, and for the first time in 2 days, did not carry Rome like a pack. The sculptor looked at the 2 letters, now copies in Greek and Latin both, and thought of bridges. "Words crossed twice today," he said. "They did not fall into the water." Marcus lifted his cup. "To thresholds," he said. "To thresholds," Theodora echoed, "and to the hands that knock gently." They drank. Above, the stars and the lamps performed their old ceremony of resemblance. The sea spoke in its sleep. Somewhere, a clerk finished a list, put down his pen, and before blowing out his candle, added a line not required by any law. The widow smiled when I got her name right. In gardens, whispers bloom where speeches fail. Spring had stretched her arms wide across Athens. You could feel it in the loosened tunics of workers, in the almond trees that seemed to scatter stars across their own branches, and in the air, heavy with a perfume both wild and orderly, as if the season itself were rehearsing. The sculptor welcomed the warmth in his bones. Marble cut in winter left his hands aching. Marble shaped in spring carried a different voice, softer, easier to coax. But what most filled his heart that season was not stone. It was the garden. Not only his own courtyard, though it had its faithful olive tree and a patch of thyme. It was the public gardens near the Ilissos, where people of all stripes came in evenings to breathe more gently, to let their children run among columns softened by ivy, to let their thoughts wander without the weight of markets or decrees. Theodora loved those gardens. She said they reminded her of an older Athens, when philosophers spoke not in lecture halls, but beneath plane trees, where the rustle of leaves carried their words as far as the breeze allowed. She would take the sculptor's arm and walk slowly, pausing to admire how roots had broken old paving stones without anger, simply with patience. Marcus often accompanied them. His lantern swinging through dusk was not yet heavy. The boy, half Roman by birth and half Greek by desire, found the gardens a neutral country where he could breathe without worrying which tongue to use first. One evening, they arrived just as the sun slid behind Hymettus, staining the clouds with rose and copper. Lamps were being lit, but sparingly. People preferred the half-light here, as though the garden itself whispered, "Let shadows speak too." A group had gathered by a fountain where water fell in tired but steady trickles. They were reading letters aloud, private letters, but with the permission of those who had received them, because sometimes the weight of words is lighter when many shoulders carry it. The sculptor and his companions drew closer. A woman in her 50s held a parchment in careful hands. Her husband was away in Corinth, assisting with Roman accounts for the Isthmian Games. She read his letter slowly, her voice unpolished but sincere. He wrote not of triumphs or decrees, but of small things, the quality of bread, the way rain left streaks on marble, the ache in his back that disappeared when he thought of her. As she finished, the group was silent, not from boredom, but from reverence. Then someone touched her hand, another offered figs, and she smiled as though distance had shortened. Marcus whispered, "Even ordinary words become holy here." Theodora nodded, "Because they are spoken without fear." Another man stepped forward, unrolling a letter from his son serving in the legions far away. His son wrote of long marches, of learning Greek songs from fellow soldiers, of wondering whether loyalty meant love or simply obedience. The father's voice cracked once, but he continued, because the garden asked for courage of that kind. When he finished, the sculptor noticed how others straightened a little taller, as if carrying part of the man's burden themselves. The sculptor thought, "Decrees come stamped in purple seals, but here, words wore only the seal of the human heart, and somehow that seal held longer." As twilight deepened, Marcus was asked if he would read. He hesitated. Then, with a blush, he pulled from his pouch a letter he had written, but never sent, to his tutor in Rome. He read in Greek, though the tutor would have preferred Latin. He spoke of Athens, of the ruins that were not ruins to him, of the sculptor's wisdom, of Theodora's kindness. He confessed that he was learning not only philosophy, but how to walk streets where every stone carried memory. "If Rome is strength," he read aloud, "then Greece is meaning. And I think a man requires both." The silence afterward was not heavy. It was like fertile soil, ready to hold such words. The sculptor laid a hand on the boy's shoulder. Theodora's eyes glistened, and a man nearby, who had come only to listen, whispered, "Keep writing, young one. Letters build bridges faster than soldiers." The evening wound on. A girl sang, her voice thin but true, a hymn to Demeter that had survived centuries, now offered in a Christian rhythm she had learned from her mother. An old scholar recited lines from Aristotle, but softened them into a lullaby cadence. Someone else spoke of a dream where lamps floated like stars down the Ilissos, carrying names written on slips of parchment, each name glowing until it met the sea. As the night cooled, the sculptor sat quietly, taking it in. He thought of the countless words scattered across Athens every day: market haggling, temple prayers, military orders, lovers' quarrels. And yet here, in this garden, words were gathered like herbs, each one releasing its fragrance slowly, generously. He realized this was the true strength of his city, not marble columns or decrees, but the courage to speak gently, to let voices bloom where swords could not reach. When they finally rose to leave, Marcus lingered by the fountain. He touched the stone lip where water had worn a groove. "Even fountains remember," he said softly. Theodora smiled. "Yes, every drop tells the next how to fall on the walk home." Lanterns swung at doorways. The streets were not silent, but their voices were subdued, as though Athens herself had listened to the garden and did not wish to break the spell too soon. Back in their courtyard, The sculptor sat a while longer under the olive tree, listening to the whisper of leaves. He felt as though he, too, had received a letter, not written in ink, but in air, carrying the promise that gentle voices endure, even when empires change. Shadows lengthen, carrying voices no decree can silence. The sculptor often said that Athens had two faces, one in sunlight, another in shadow. By day, stone gleamed white, inscriptions shouted their decrees, and Roman officials walked with sandals that struck the pavement in steady, martial rhythm. But by night, when lamps glowed faintly and walls leaned closer, another Athens emerged. It was an Athens of whispers, of gestures, of half-told stories that could not live under the eyes of officials, yet refused to die. One evening, after the garden gathering, Marcus asked to join the sculptor and Theodora on one of their quiet walks. The city was easing into dusk, its streets painted with the last strokes of orange and violet. They passed the agora, where the market stalls closed like eyelids. A Roman soldier leaned against a column, bored but watchful. The sculptor nodded politely. The soldier's gaze followed them until the curve of the lane hid them from view. It was then Marcus whispered, "There are other voices in the city. My father warns me not to listen, but I hear them anyway." Theodora slowed, her shawl brushing against her arm like a second skin. "Every city has two kinds of voices," she said. "Those meant for the square, and those meant for shadows. Both tell truths, but in different tones." They wandered toward the Kerameikos, where tombs lined the road. It was not eerie. Athenians treated their dead as neighbors who had moved to quieter houses. Lamps flickered on some graves, offerings of figs or honey left beside carved names. Marcus paused to study one stele, its carving softened by centuries. A woman, seated, reaching for the hand of a younger figure standing before her. The stone had lost their faces, but the gesture endured. "She still reaches," Marcus murmured. The sculptor traced the groove of the carved hand. Yes, even shadows remember. As they lingered, two men approached cautiously. Their robes marked them as teachers, though not philosophers of the academy. One greeted the sculptor by name, eyes darting. "We are gathering tonight," he said softly. "Not in the Stoa, not in the Basilica. Too many ears there. But in the Weaver's Hall. Will you come? We speak of what freedom means now, after Nero's words and Hadrian's promises." The sculptor hesitated. He was no conspirator. He loved stone more than schemes. But Theodora touched his sleeve. "Listen," she whispered. "Listening does not bind you, but silence might." So they followed, Marcus's lantern trembling as they crossed narrow streets. The hall was dimly lit by oil lamps hung from hooks. Perhaps 20 people sat in a circle, traders, craftsmen, a widow, even a Roman freedman who had taken a Greek wife. The air smelled of wool and lamp smoke. The talk was hushed, but urgent. One man argued that Rome's promises meant little, that true freedom was still beyond reach. A woman countered that dignity could live in customs, in language, in festivals Rome allowed to continue. Another spoke of taxes, always taxes, and how they bled merchants dry. Yet when voices rose too sharply, someone would remind the room. Softer. The shadows carry sound farther than we think. The sculptor sat, listening. He heard anger, yes, but also longing. The same longing that lived in his own chest when he touched marble. A longing not for revolt, but for recognition. When at last they turned to him asking, "What do you say, sculptor?" He answered slowly, "I say shadows speak as surely as lamps. My chisel cuts because stone resists. Our dignity survives because history resists forgetting. Rome will write its decrees. We will write ourselves in whispers, in carvings, in the stories we pass when lamps are low. That is freedom enough to carry until the day comes for more. The group fell quiet, not with disappointment, but with a kind of respect for his refusal to promise what he could not deliver. Marcus's eyes glistened. The boy seemed to understand that truth need not shout to matter. When the meeting ended, they left in silence, each person melting into alleys like drops into soil. The sculptor, Theodora, and Marcus walked home slowly. Lamps swayed in the breeze, throwing long shadows that seemed to follow them. Marcus finally spoke. "Is it wrong to dream of more than whispers?" Theodora's voice was gentle. "No, dreams are seeds. But seeds must wait for seasons. Too soon, and they die." Back in their courtyard, the olive tree stirred as though agreeing. They sat beneath it, weary but awake, each lost in thought. The sculptor held his chisel loosely, feeling its familiar weight. He thought of the shadowed meeting, of the carved stele where the woman's hand still reached, of the way Marcus's lantern had trembled but never gone out. Perhaps whispers were not weakness after all. Perhaps they were the city's way of storing strength until daylight could bear it. When dawn returns, memory shines brighter than decree. The sculptor had lived long enough to know that cities never sleep all at once. Even when lamps guttered and shutters closed, some corner always stirred. Bakers rising early, mothers soothing restless children, guards shifting on weary feet. Yet on this particular night, Athens seemed closer than ever to full rest. Perhaps it was the spring air, perfumed with blossoms and sea salt. Perhaps it was the way the day's labors had ended without quarrel. Or perhaps it was simply the knowledge that tomorrow would come, as it always did, whether or not men worried for it. He sat beneath the olive tree in his courtyard, Theodora beside him, Marcus leaning nearby with a scroll half unrolled on his knee. The lanterns burned low, halos trembling on the stone walls. A silence stretched, not awkward, not empty, but like fabric woven tightly enough to hold them all. "I think," Marcus said softly, "I will write to my tutor again. Not of politics, not of decrees. I will tell him what Athens feels like when lamps are lit at every doorway, when neighbors read letters aloud, when the breeze smells of bread and thyme." He paused, a boy's earnestness in his tone. "I want him to know this city is more than numbers in a census." Theodora touched his hand, steady as the olive's roots. "Then write it with care. A letter is a lantern, Marcus. Its light travels farther than you imagine." The sculptor closed his eyes briefly, hearing their words as if they were carved into marble. He remembered the meetings in shadow, the gardens of voices, the lamps strung across the agora. He remembered Nero's proclamation, Hadrian's gifts, Justinian's codes, names of emperors passing like seasons, each certain they were permanent. Yet in the end, what endured were not decrees but gestures. A widow's smile when her name was recorded correctly, a fisherman's hymn to calm seas, a child's laughter echoing against a temple wall. He thought of the statue in his workshop, the woman holding a lamp. She was nearly finished now. Her face, her hands, her posture, all spoke of quiet endurance. Tomorrow he would polish the folds of her garment, smooth the curve of her arm. But tonight, in the stillness, he imagined her alive, standing at a threshold, lamp lifted, eyes steady. She was not only Greek, not only Roman. She was both, and she was more. She was the figure of a people who had learned to hold dignity, even when power shifted like sand. Marcus broke the silence again. "Do you think future generations will know us?" The sculptor looked at him, perhaps not by name, but they will know the shape of our endurance. They will see it in stones, in stories, in letters that survive. They will feel it in the way cities blend cultures and yet keep their hearts. They will not know us as individuals, but as Athens itself, whispering, enduring, shining. Theodora's eyes glistened. That is enough. More than enough. Beyond the courtyard walls, the city sighed into deeper rest. A dog barked once, then settled. A night watchman called his hour. From the Acropolis came a faint echo, as if the stones themselves released a breath they had been holding since daylight. The sculptor rose slowly, joints stiff but spirit light. He looked up at the stars, old companions, unchanged though empires fell. Their light reminded him of lamps across the city, each small, each fragile, yet together enough to guide a people through darkness. He whispered a quiet benediction, not to gods of Olympus, not to Caesars or emperors, but to the city itself. Endure. Theodora guided him back to his couch, her hand firm and warm. Marcus remained outside a little longer, staring at the olive tree, its leaves shifting in the night breeze. He thought of all he had seen: census lists, shadowed meetings, marble ruins whispering memory, and he understood at last that freedom was not always a matter of chains broken. Sometimes it was a matter of voices carried, of lamps lifted, of names spoken with care. Inside, the sculptor settled into the cushions, his body weary, but his heart calm. He closed his eyes and felt the weight of sleep pressing gently, like a hand smoothing folds of linen. Theodora whispered something he could not fully hear, but its tone was enough. It was love, and it was promise. As sleep claimed him, he dreamed once more. He saw the Parthenon in its prime, then as a Roman temple, then as a church, and still later as a ruin. Yet in each vision, the stones glowed faintly, as if holding the memory of all they had been. He saw lamps carried by children who had not yet been born, letters written in hands not yet calloused, gardens where voices rose long after his own fell silent. He saw Marcus, grown, teaching others that Rome and Greece were not conqueror and conquered, but branches of the same tree, rooted deep, reaching wide. The dream softened, blurred, and became only light, lamps, stars, dawn mingling. And then it became rest. Dreams linger where memory and stone meet. Sleep does not come all at once. It steals in gently, like a tide that knows the shore well, pressing close, then retreating, until at last it holds the sand in its embrace. So it was with the sculptor that final night beneath his olive tree, the lamps guttering low in his courtyard. He drifted from waking into dreaming, and in that in-between state, the world seemed both familiar and strange. He dreamt first of his workshop. The marble block stood before him, half finished, the woman with the lamp still waiting for her final polish. But when he lifted his chisel, the sound it made was not sharp. It was soft, almost like a heartbeat. He looked down and saw that the stone itself was breathing, as though it longed to live. He placed his palm against it, and in that instant, he understood. The figure was not merely a woman. She was Athens. She was every voice spoken in courtyards, every whisper in gardens, every lamp lifted at a threshold. She was all of them, enduring together. In the dream, Marcus entered the workshop carrying his lantern. The boy's face glowed with that youthful mixture of eagerness and uncertainty. He set his light beside the unfinished statue, and the two flames, the lanterns and the lamp in the statue's hand, seemed to merge. Marcus did not speak, but his presence was enough. It was as if the sculptor were being told, "The work will continue after you, and that is enough. The dream shifted. He found himself walking streets he had known since boyhood, but they were filled not only with Athenians. He saw Romans, yes, in their togas and sandals, but he also saw figures he could not name, wearing clothes from times far beyond his knowing. Their faces were strange, yet they carried lamps too. Some lamps were oil, some were candles, some were little flames caught inside glass. They all walked together, filling the streets with light. Theodora appeared beside him, her shawl drawn close, her eyes kind and knowing. She touched his hand and whispered, "See how the story carries farther than we thought." Her words seemed to echo through the dream, not as command, but as assurance. He looked upward. The Acropolis stood before him, yet it was changed. The Parthenon glowed, but its columns wore many forms, some as they had been in the age of Pericles, some as the Romans had seen them, some crowned with crosses, some broken by time. Yet in every shape, the building stood tall. It endured not as one thing, but as many things across centuries. The sculptor felt peace at this vision. Empires might rise and fall, rulers might proclaim freedom or impose order, but stone and memory would outlast them all. More than that, he saw that endurance was not passive, it was creative. Each age had reshaped the same stones, given them new meaning, and carried them into the next dawn. At last, the dream softened, the streets emptied, the lamps grew dim, yet their afterglow lingered, like stars still felt even after sunrise. He stood once more in his courtyard, the olive tree whispering above him, Theodora at his side, Marcus's lantern nearby. He felt the weight of his chisel in his hand, but it was no longer heavy. It was light, almost feather-like, as though saying, "You may rest now." The sculptor closed his dream eyes and let the night take him fully. Not into nothingness, but into continuation, the quiet truth that memory, like marble, is never gone, only reshaped. Stones whisper of past lives while present voices answer. Morning, light stretches across Athens today much as it did 2,000 years ago. The same sun rises over the ridges of Hymettus, pours into narrow streets, and warms the Parthenon's marble. Yet if the sculptor of long ago could walk these streets again, he would pause in wonder. His city endures, but it has become something he could scarcely have imagined. In his time, Athens breathed as a province of Rome. Its people balanced the dignity of their heritage with the demands of an empire. Lamps lit thresholds, letters carried hope, and whispers in shadow preserved memory. Today, the city carries that memory still, but in forms that would have seemed like magic to him. Where once a widow waited for a census clerk to come to her threshold, now names and records travel in glowing screens carried in every pocket. The sculptor would marvel at how words, once scratched on papyrus, now fly across oceans in an instant, faster than any courier could ride. And yet, for all the newness, the essence has not changed. People still long to be seen. They still gather in courtyards, though sometimes those courtyards are virtual, voices linked by invisible threads of air. They still lift lamps, though today the lamps are made of glass and wires, glowing brighter than oil could ever burn. The old gesture remains, to banish darkness with shared light. The Parthenon itself stands as proof of continuity. Its columns, worn and scarred, carry stories that outlast centuries. The sculptor once dreamed of unfinished marble breathing. Today, tourists and scholars, pilgrims and children, stand before that same stone and feel a quiet awe. They take photographs instead of chiseling likenesses, but the impulse is the same: to capture, to preserve, to remember. Modern Athens bustles with cars and markets, with voices in many languages. Its people walk faster, dress differently, and carry burdens of another kind. Yet in the evening, when the sun lowers and lamps flicker on, the mood is familiar. Neighbors share food, friends tell stories, lovers pause on hillsides to watch the city glow. The sculptor would recognize these gestures instantly, for they were his gestures too. What would he think of democracy reborn, of Greece no longer under empire but governing itself? He might marvel that the voice of the people, once spoken in the agora, has returned in assemblies and parliaments, though with microphones instead of heralds. He might ask whether freedom now is purer or simply more complex, and we, listening, might smile gently and say, "Freedom still walks in shadows and in light, carried by each generation in its own way." Theodora would see modern women moving through the city with confidence, their voices part of the public square rather than hidden behind thresholds. She would smile at girls carrying books instead of jugs, their futures wider than she once dared to imagine. Marcus, were he to return, would find bridges everywhere, bridges of steel over rivers, bridges of speech across nations. He would understand at once. His dream of combining strength and meaning has become the task of our entire age. And what of lamps? Though we do not light them with olive oil, we still set lights in windows, on porches, along streets. At holidays, we string them in bright colors, creating constellations of our own making. A sculptor of old might shake his head at the brilliance, yet he would smile at the gesture. For what matters is not the flame itself, but the intent behind it. So Athens today is both ancient and new. Its stones whisper of philosophers, emperors, and artisans. Its streets hum with cars and voices from faraway lands. But the heart remains constant, a longing for dignity, a devotion to beauty, and the habit of gathering when lamps are lit. The old world speaks, and the modern world quietly replies. There are moments when history feels far away, sealed in marble halls or in heavy books. Yet if we pause and listen carefully, the voices of Greece and Rome still drift into our present lives, not only in Athens, but across the wide world. They linger in words we speak, in laws we follow, in the quiet ways we still seek meaning. The sculptor could not have foreseen it, but his chiseling hands have distant kin in every architect, every teacher, every ordinary soul who shapes the world with care. In his day, the world was bound together by roads of stone, stretching from Britain to Judea. Caravans and legions moved slowly, days at a time, measured by the pace of a horse's stride. Today, our roads are made of steel tracks, of asphalt highways, of invisible signals in the air. What once took weeks now takes seconds. A thought, typed on a small device, can leap across oceans in less time than it took the sculptor to wipe dust from his brow. And yet, what do we use this speed for? The same things as always. To write letters, to send news, to ask after the well-being of those we love. The legal code the scholar in Constantinople once labored over still beats at the heart of our modern courts. His candlelit eyes strained over scrolls, yet his work created foundations for ideas of fairness and justice that stretch into today's courtrooms. When a judge in New York or Paris or Sydney makes a ruling, the ghost of Justinian's scribes is present, whispering through the structure of the law. What seemed an endless task of copying, of clarifying, has become one of the invisible spines of modern life. And the lamps, they glow everywhere, not only in Athens, not only in Rome. They burn in Tokyo's neon signs, in small porch lights of Midwestern towns, in candles carried during vigils in city squares. Each lamp, whether humble or grand, belongs to the same lineage, the desire to keep darkness at bay, to make human presence known. Theodora would marvel at how women's voices have traveled beyond thresholds into every chamber of decision. Universities filled with students of every background would astonish her. She might be surprised that even her quiet act of pinning a silver brooch to her husband's shoulder echoes in today's gestures of dignity, when people dress not merely to adorn themselves, but to declare identity. Marcus, the youth with one foot in Rome and one in Greece, would feel at home in our blended world. Nations still struggle with identity, still ask what it means to be both part of something greater and loyal to one's own roots. He would smile at the United Nations, at airports filled with tongues from every corner of the earth, and he would say, "Yes, this is what I dreamed when I carried my lantern beside you and the sculptor himself." He might stand before a modern museum, overwhelmed by walls of paintings, sculptures, photographs. He would see his craft multiplied 1,000-fold, spread across continents. He would walk through a city lit not by torches but by electric constellations, brighter than any Roman festival. At first he might be startled, but then he would nod slowly, recognizing that the same longing he once felt, the wish to be seen, to preserve, to endure, still shapes every hand that builds and creates. Even in our technology, the echoes are there. A satellite circling the Earth, a rocket tracing the sky, carries the same spirit as the old astronomers of Alexandria or the mathematicians of Athens. The tools are different, but the question is the same. What lies beyond, and how do we fit into it? The modern world often feels rushed, too loud, too bright. But beneath the noise, the same quiet truths continue. Families still gather to share food. Teachers still ask questions about the good life. Citizens still argue about freedom and justice. Lovers still walk together at dusk, pausing under lamplight. In all these gestures, ancient and modern blend. So the story does not end in Athens, nor in Rome, nor even in Constantinople. It stretches into our own time, into every place where light is lifted against the dark. The sculptor's dream has become ours, to shape, to endure, to carry memory forward. And in that continuity, we find not only history, but comfort.